First Blues Gamer, 1745 here. And we're going to be playing some Hearts of Iron 3. Starting very shortly as we're loading in. Right, well, good. You know, I just want huge amounts of supplies. But no. Oh, these are locked. Okay, unlocked it. That would be helpful. Here we go. Lock that there. Now, don't think there's any. Yeah, let's do the. Because I don't think there'll be any railways through there. Let's look at our infrastructure map. No, maybe we'll wait to make an episode to do that. Starting the actual episode. Yes, I know. Okay, we have a big stack of stuff here. How did it all get here? I don't. We sent it here, of course. That's how it got here. Well, these are actually in fairly good shape. There's some very unorganized. So let's Hungarian along with these other forces here. Push right into this big units. I think you're going to head north to there. You're going to come to here. You're going to keep coming up. Hello, Ari. How goes the front? Well, desperate times would be overstating it, but it's not going as well as we might like. These guys are getting pounded on by 6 armored brigades. It's 1 mountain division. We're going to bring in another one. Fortunately, this one does have anti-tank, and so will this one, so that helps. But they should hold, especially the 2 of them. Should hold. Hey Hoffman, how you doing? They're getting fuel for them. They lost Baku. Oh, the Soviets. Yeah, well, one, I don't know the oil reserves of the Soviet Union. They may have plenty of... Well, I'm doing very good. They may have very large oil. You know, these games... Well, of course, no game is perfect. Even if you call them simulations, no simulation is perfect. My understanding, and I've tried to find it in the book, because I own the book. There's a book called The Prize, and there's like a two-hour documentary called The Prize. And it was made in the late 20th century, and it was the prize of the 20th century was oil. And, I guess I might as well start an episode because I might be interesting with this. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745, and we are most assuredly continuing the Barbarossa campaign. We're going to fight it to some sort of conclusion, even if the conclusion is just stalemate, and we determine that it's stalemate. I don't know. But we're going to fight this out more. Now, I just started to talk a little bit here live about the book, The Prize. And there's also a documentary, I think it's about like 2 hours long, The Prize, made by the author of the book. Or at least, he wrote the stuff. I don't know who actually made the documentary. And the prize of the 20th century, then the latter part of it, was oil. And in the documentary, I remember them stating that Germany captured enough oil in France to equal its operational use for a year. So it may be all wrong. I don't know whether it's wrong or right, but according to the documentary, The Prize, Germany captures enough oil in France for its operating budget or amount for a year. And, I'm sure Germany could have spent, more oil or less oil. And we sort of got on to the topic because of Baku here that we hold. We don't hold my cup, or we briefly held, but I couldn't hold on to Grozny. Ari was asking whether how long will the Soviets do without their oil? Well, like I was saying, games don't get everything right, even if you want to call them simulations and are really trying to simulate things. They don't do everything right. And so, Hearts of Iron 4 looks at the often realistic, I say often, is that most things like coal, oil, are mostly in the ground until they're needed. So they don't do big stockpiles like this, huge stockpiles of steel and coal just waiting outside of the factories to be burned. And that's quite true. This is obviously way too much steel. We're still producing more steel than we are using in the game, which would be unhistoric. Now, Germany produced lots and lots of steel. Germany, during the war, they had the, what was it called? Something like the Krieger's engine or whatever. They built the one thing that Germany built more or less like the American, and the Soviets copied the American production style. The one thing they did like America was build railway engines. I know I'm sort of jumping around here a bit, but I hope this is interesting. And we're keeping on the industrial map for the moment because of this. Germany, they go like, oh yeah. Now, there's actually a lot of the ways and I just sort of investigated and watched more documentaries on tank production, so I know it a little bit better. But the way they sort of do is they'd, contract out for, 150 Panther D tanks to this, corporation that had these, the factories. And so they would, start cranking out. And it was all sort of bid on and, rather, government trying to buy buying tanks from factories, as opposed to ordering the factory produce tanks. Well, we'll give you payment, but produce tanks. It was more a lot of legalese, contractual kind of agreements, And so the corporations, because I don't want to say tank factories because it may be multiple factories or whatever, but the various corporations, Krupp or Alket or Vomag or whoever in the tank world, would have a contract, and they had to work towards that contract. The contract could be ended, and often was, by the government and shifted around. Sometimes I think it was 500 Panzer II Ls or Loches or Lynx. It's Loche and Lynx are just German or English for the same animal. And it was the late model 20 millimeter. I think the original contract was like 500 or maybe 1,000. I don't know. It ended up being 100. And so there's a very, very close to 100 because there may be 2 or 3 prototypes made or something of these mid to late war reconnaissance vehicles. And they were meant to be light reconnaissance vehicles. And so, it's very contractual, shall we say. More than I would have expected, the way Germany worked with its corporations. Hello, Eric. So you have this very contractual relationship. But what they would often do is like, oh, yeah, they're producing these tanks, and then, field reports would come in or requests from the army or whatever. And I go, hey, can you make this hatch work a little differently? And the company would go, yeah, sure, no problem. Well, we've got 50 tanks out there or 30 tanks out there waiting to go to the front. Well, let's bring them all back into the factory, maybe, or whatever it might be, and update them to the newest hatch model that they would work out. And so they would delay delivering these tanks to get the newest hatch model, and they would change all of the stuff that's currently in production to the newer hatch model, or cupola model, or whatever element it was on the tank. And so they would constantly be fiddling with tank production. Well, Americans mostly just sort of turned on the spigot for, there were different models because there were different factories producing it. One was a cast hole and one was a welded hole Sherman, and they would crank them out for a long time, and they didn't fiddle with little upgrades. And then they would do significant upgrades, and because there are models, and there were special companies that would, make special versions of tanks, but they mostly just turned them on, produced, and that was the thing. Well, the one thing, basically at the beginning of the war, through to the end of the war, Germany refused, or I don't have the document. The guy who was in charge of the Reichsbahn, the German railway system, or the guy in charge of the production of engines and whatnot, they came up with the war model. And they produced that war model. They didn't change, to the best of my knowledge, one little thing about that war model. Coal, because you can put wood in it, obviously, but mostly burning coal. Railway engine. And they just cranked those engines out constantly, as much as they could get steel for, and pump it through the system. Now, that's just engines. It's not the other rolling stock, whether it's a flat car to move tanks and trucks, or just put pallets of supplies on it, or box cars to, whether you're moving wounded away from the front or people to, crematoriums, box cars or passenger cars. Or they're producing all kinds of those other things, as well as, of course, capturing a lot of that stuff. But the one thing Germany just cranks out, starts at the beginning of the war and cranks steadily out through the whole war, is the Krieger engine, the war engine. Everything else throughout Germany, they're constantly fiddling with. Another example, Czechoslovakia adopts a Mauser-style rifle. It's a Mauser rifle. Instead of continuing to use the Austrian rifles, and they also produce it in, I'm blanking on, not the Schmidt-Rubin, the Mannlicher Austrian rifles, from World War I. They decide to go with the German Mauser, and they do it in the German caliber. So there's is it Skoda, or I forget. No, CZ. It would be CZ. Yeah, it's CZ is making them. And so they're making these, copies of the German Mausers. And they convert, because it was the old factories that made some of the primary factories for the old Austro-Hungarian Empire. for rifles, they converted and start cranking out German Mausers for the rather largish for Czechoslovakia, Czech army. And so they keep cranking those out. Well, Germany, of course, takes over the factory. And they sort of kind of keep cranking them out that way for a while. I don't think they, keep it on full speed production, but they produce it out. And, they're non-standard. And to the point that most of the parts are not interchangeable with the rest of German Mausers. I just saying that. I don't know, and I have to get out the books and look at the details, but I don't think they're generally interchangeable parts. And so they're doing that. Now, one of the things the German mountain troops, the Gebirgsjägers, would like a nice lighter weight rifle. So they end up producing them in the Czech factory. And I think it's the G1133 or it's the G33/11. It's one way or the other, and I forget which one it is. Now, I own one of these rifles, and they're really beautiful rifles. I've not shot it. I've shot other Mausers, but I've not shot mine. It's a really, really lightweight Mauser rifle, about as light as you could practically get it, to the point that to the point that the cocking handle has a little round end on it for cocking, and it's a turn down style bolt on it. But they actually hollow out the round end on it. They actually have to machine out and hollow out that just to save ounces on that gun. So they're doing everything they can to save a little bit of weight on that gun, and a few other changes. Well, they keep that version in production until it is basically decided to convert all of the Czech manufacturing, to the standard German Karabiner 98K. And okay, that part is not so bad, but still, probably didn't take it too big of a hiccup in converting it. But see, they're constantly fiddling around instead of just turning it on, producing a Mauser rifle that'll take the same bullets, the same stripper clip. The big difference is it's a straight bolt coming out as opposed to a turn down bolt, and it is already a similar length rifle. It's not a big long Gewehr 98 length rifle. So they're constantly fiddling with production. And we're getting back to the resources here, don't worry. And so Germany is producing huge amounts of steel items during the war. See, there's some seaplanes here over along with some Italians. So steel for more railways, because they're building more railways. Steel for more rail engines, steel for more rolling stock, steel for all the rebar, the reinforcing bar. Well, maybe it's just iron bar. I don't know whether it's iron or steel. Probably mild steel. But all kinds of steel being used in building the West Wall, the Atlantic Wall, the West Wall. Down here, boy. We came here, get this right. Building the Atlantic Wall, doing all of these things, huge amounts of steel is being used. And there is definitely, because of all this, definitely a shortage of steel. What the real shortage, though, is, I'm not saying, there isn't a constraint on steel allocations within Germany. There is. It's not like this, that functionally unlimited amount of steel. The real constraint is on high quality steel. That is the real constraint for Germany. I'm not an expert, but I've got to presume that a steel engine, whether it's in a truck, a tank, or an aircraft, has to be pretty damn good, because it's dealing with something that's very high temperatures. The engine firing, the pistons firing all huge amounts of time. So that's got to be pretty good steel. You want good steel on a rifle barrel, machine gun barrel particularly. Now the steel for the trigger guard and the trigger of the same rifles and machine guns, it can be just sort of junk steel. It doesn't have to be high quality steel. The springs have to be good quality spring steel in the guns, that deal with it. So there's elements within a standard rifle like the butt plate, that can be just low quality steel. Doesn't matter. Now, knowing the Germans, they may be putting high quality steel in their butt plates, but it just sort of is something that doesn't need to be good quality steel. So I really don't think the real bottleneck or the real limitations for Germany is steel production. Now, I say that, but then you could probably point out elements of where it is because of Allied action. Getting in, like we know the dam busters, the raid on the Ruhr Dam where they drop the bouncing bomb that goes down and blows the dam, that takes out a lot of industrial capability, taking out the coal, because you need coal, whether to move the trains to, from the, move trains anywhere, but move the iron to the steel mills and away from the mines. To use coal to many mines are going deep enough, and they need to have pumps working to keep the water from filling up. So keep the pumps working at the mines. Need the steel to power the mines, the factories, because a lot of them have local power generation there. Or they're on the power grid, which, there are some hydroelectric dams in Germany for sure. Again, the dam busters take some of them out. But they're also running huge amounts of coal-fired electrical plants. Well, those go down, your steel mill doesn't work. You also need coal in the manufacturing of steel. So, because of all of war actions, I know that is constraining significantly steel production. Now, we can click here. We do see some bombing, and so they've damaged, because this is red, so it'll come back, get our steel production up here. Okay, well, they've taken out one IC and whatnot here. Here, taking out two ICs and some iron or some steel. This is real just metal, but it's more iron. Two ICs. So we are facing some levels of bombing damage here. But, Wilhelmshaven been bombed. Lots of ICs here. I guess maybe that was a port strike. I don't know. But, or it was minor damage. So maybe, and though we've been shifting a lot of air to the east to deal with the bombing there, we are, we don't know. I guess they're using these to bomb. Okay, and so here they've taken out all the coal, all the iron, all of the rares, and a lot of our factories here in Schweinfurt, the ball where the famous ball bearing raids were. So we're sort of relying on Italy to stop some of that. So that is part of the constraint of Germany. This gets back to Ari's question, which has gotten me off on a tangent here, is I don't know what in the game, here's Moscow, are the reserves of oil and anything else in the Soviet Union if taking these hurts the Soviets at this time. I know it would have, because in real life, I don't know how fast it would have hurt them, but it would have hurt them. It would have hurt them. They did, the Germans did get, I think it was my cop here, and almost got, or briefly got Rosny, I'm not sure, but yes. Okay, good for armor in tank. In tank, German use alloys made of steel, cobalt, and molybdenum. But very quickly, they start to miss cobalt. Yes, and I've read, late war accounts of, Panther turrets being hit and sort of fracturing, maybe along the weld seams or other elements of it, from not just being penetrated by whatever projectiles hitting them, but fracturing the armor around it, which would show poor quality steel in at least, the tempering of it, it's too brittle or whatever, and whether it's entirely made up, or the problem is it's alloy, because steel at a minimum is an alloy of iron and carbon from coal. But as you're saying, I do know it's other metals put in it at different ratios and amounts, and I'm not a metallurgist to to know just how all that works, but it's that kind of a thing. So you have steel is a product. Iron is, now you got to refine it, true, but iron is a natural resource. Steel is a production product. Oil is a natural resource. A lot of the big turbine ships could burn, well, at least light sweet crude, and that's a type of crude. They could burn it, and they could probably burn some more stuff straight out of the ground, some dirtier oils straight out of the ground. It would just mean if you're going to run it a lot doing that, you've got to do port overhauls enough to that you cool down and you get in and literally scrub out the system from all the buildup of excess carbon. And that could be a real effing problem, and keep your ships down for weeks or months. I don't know how long it would take, quite honestly, but it's more than a few days to get in there and properly scrub out the excess carbon. So there's work to do, but you can just run again the turbine type engines, not necessarily the diesel engines. I don't know how much processing you have to do. I read Tiger 2 get hull open during fight with Shermans because of poor quality steel and welding. Absolutely, Hoffman. And it's that type of thing that is happening late war. The factories are, trying to do what they can. Dealing with what they've been given, shall we say. Meaning if they're given poor quality steel plate, steel armor plate, that they're going to use it because, one, they may not realize that it's poor quality. I don't know how easy it is for a tank manufacturer to test qualities of steel. You can test Rockwell hardnesses and things, and I know it exists. I just don't, know enough to tell you how easy it would be to check. But yeah, it's a thing that, in the late war, you're just doing what you can, the best you can to keep things going. And where, again, more critical would be things like gun barrels for your Tiger 2s or whatever, because they have to deal with it. So, yeah, steel, is an important product. So my problem with Hearts of Iron 4 in these resources is the inability to stockpile. My problem with Hearts of Iron 3 is the over ability to stockpile. So, I don't have a magical specific solution to just how big each. And obviously, you have nations like Germany, like France, that were stockpiling oil, because it's better to, at least generally speaking, it's better to store oil. It's less volatile than storing, refined fuel. And so you need refineries that can have a decent output of refined fuel, whether it's aviation gas, truck gas, or even diesel type stuff. The problem is not even the quality. You can have the best steel ever if you don't get cobalt and molybdenum in your steel. It is not good with absorbent hits. Absolutely. And Arno's here now. Thanks for hosting, Arno. So yeah, and or tungsten in your steel. I know they did some of that, and there's several different. And I saved some of the photos. The U.S. Navy after World War II got a hold of some German battleship type steel. I don't know if it's from a battleship or from a heavy cruiser or something, but of a particular thickness. Some Japanese, I think some British, and an American, and they use several, you see at the beginning of it, Vickers treatment or whatever. You get the different treatment type steels, and they fired, projectiles at them and recorded how they work, because that was still in the days that the Navy thought they needed armor on their ships to, deal with things. But, that's changed, obviously. But yeah, that, which is really interesting is the different models, and I can't get into it. I'm gathering Hoffman knows a little better than I do of it. So yeah, okay, we won this battle here. Okay, so we've won here. we're trying to push into here to then, I don't know if we're going to get a chance of pocketing, but okay. Yeah, they're attacking there. Okay, so we pushed into here. Good. We're starting to go a little bit more offensive, and we've won the battle here. Okay, they're retreating. Okay, you stop. Not you. Yeah, you're gonna move in to occupy this hex while these guys move it. Not hex, but province. Okay, they're attacking out there. They're hitting us pretty hard, but we're behind a river here, so we hopefully will do okay. Still somebody attacking? No, stop attacking. We are too exhausted. We don't want to move up. We're falling back with our forces behind here. We're giving up these two fortified. And once we get out, we may even give up these two provinces to make a more stable line here. Okay, we're going to do a spoiling attack. Okay, we've sunk another sub in the Black Sea. Medium armor designs have advanced. And so, yeah, at some point, you should, update your armor designs. But you don't need to fiddle with the production. Every little detail, constantly changing it. Every little detail is you should build them, because to a point, to a very big point, it just got tank or don't got tank in this war. It's production levels. Production levels may be a bit more important for World War I. Production of ammunition, just keep those machine guns firing. Because, figure on a World War I battlefield or on even a World War II battlefield, how many rounds a second? Literally, how many rounds a second is this army shooting machine gun ammunition? And sure, and you need to average it out, yes. But yes, I'm sure it slows down at night. But it's shooting lots of rounds. So you've got to be making all of those rounds back in Germany. Artillery rounds, you've got to be making all of those. And so World War I, it's a bit more, to a point with World War I. Got rifle? Yes, no. The Italians have said, fuck this, we're going home. Is their objective? Oh, no, that's Hungary. That's Romania. Oh, their objective is over here, but they're not going there. Yeah, Italy is doing it. So it's a bit more, like I say, in World War I, just rifle. Mosin, Enfield, Mauser, really doesn't matter that much. Not on winning or losing a war. On a tactical situation, it does matter. But we're here, tank designs, aircraft designs are a bit more important, but only on a limited extent. Okay, I'm going to hope these guys get in here and hold there. So we're going to move these guys this way because they're nice and motorized. Maybe they'll hold off this attack. And now these guys are doing a spoiling attack against us, but we're not in very good shape anyways. Okay, maybe with that infantry we'll do even better there. Waiting for supplies. Oh, well, a Jaeger division shattered. Is that right? Here. No, the Deutsches African Corps somewhere shattered. Okay. Well, that was our HQ. God damn. We're almost shattered again. That was on the defense. That's the second time he's shattered. Let's head him this way. And these guys up here, the defense or somewhere. Well, I'm doing very good, Arno. How have you been? Okay, so these guys have shattered. They're going to come here. They're retreating, but they're retreating in good order. So long as they don't get overrun. Okay, we're continuing to win there. Winning there, winning there. Okay, so long, like I said, I want to see how fast are we retreating. Okay, we're retreating at 1.5 kilometers an hour. Goddamn. We got plenty of supplies. Now they're coming here to hold this line. If it was, I hope they're nowhere near getting in there. Okay, well, we've won the Battle of Kursk there. Another unit shattered. Okay, oh, you're supposed to be retreating. What? No, you're retreating in. Did some groceries, ate some Burger King, took a very pleasant nap, and now I'm here. Well, very good, Arno. That sounds like a fun day. Okay, so we've come in here. They're bombing us pretty deep in here, but we're taking out some of their air bases. Now we've won here. They're pushing here too hard. So what we're going to do is... good. Oh, we need to do that. Okay, we're going to attack with this guy, and this guy just takes some pressure off. Now the other thing I wanted to do, and let's come over here, look at infrastructure mode here. We can sort of see the picture there. Let's do Belisarius Railway Network. And I think that is going to be the one, or maybe just, yeah, 10% ICs down. But we can see this here, right? Okay, let's click here and then here. Now we can see how there's a lot more light green and yellow here, which means better railways. And that's sort of why I've waited on some of this. And I've waited on the Baltics to hopefully get this, but, and I'm not sure. I haven't really tested it. I don't know if anybody knows. Should really unify the Southern Front. So I'll talk about that in a moment. But I thought I was going to get this quicker here, and I don't know if by doing this, if it upgrades the railways in the Baltics region or not. But we can see what it is there. Upgrade the railways. This is just 5% because it's a smaller amount of railway. Like there and then back here. Okay, more green, so more supplies will come up. I think these did change to brighter, so maybe it does affect there. Okay, well, okay, I understand what you're saying about unifying these fronts. But no, we shouldn't. For two reasons. The primary reason is supply. If, and in this game here, if this game, or if this sees only supply point is here, it will ship all of the fuel, all of the supplies it needs to this port. And fortunately, this port is a pretty big port level 8, so it can handle a lot of supplies coming in. Because supplies, the port size does not matter for shipping out. It only matters for receiving. If I were to, like I did here, and I talked about this in a video that will hopefully be released before this one is actually released. Hey, pickled blowfish, how you doing? If you do this, like I've done here, now it can trace supplies back to here. So it doesn't prioritize shipping of supplies in here. Now, I'm not saying it doesn't do some, but it doesn't prioritize it. So, you know, it's a bit iffy like that. And enemy has sunk one of our convoys. Yeah, we're sinking some. We're sinking enemy has sunk 5 of our convoys. That's because we've not been able to get this damn province to get those subs out of here. Now, we've been having our you know, ships and air go after the enemy. Here, out. Naval strike. Guessing those two. Let's see, I think I have these guys here. Those. So, yeah. So supply is a thing. Hey, the Bear Jew, how you doing? The other thing is we really don't have the forces to expand our front line here. I would really love to hold along this river, but definitely would want to hold Grozny, but yeah, this would be good, but I just don't have the units. I just don't have the concentration of force. Okay, you, I guess we're going to do a cross river attack with you. Hope that helps. Yeah, we've lost control there. You're defending still. You're coming in to help defend. Okay, good. They've made it here. That's good. So now they're being attacked pretty heavily, but well, just in hills. Okay. Maybe they'll exhaust themselves on us. The reason I retreated there wasn't because we were particularly losing. It was just we were too easy to cut off from the enemy, by the enemy. Okay, what are we... okay, stop this attack. It's what shattered our other things. And actually, I'm going to let these guys come out to here because it's going to come out in the plains and then we're going to attack them again. We've got here, so we're holding here, and unfortunately these are like a nice mechanized force that would be much more useful along the front. Oh, stuff is very important after all in the major city. We'll take, yes, randomly caught a stream before bed. Well, very good, pickled blowfish. You have any questions or whatever, please ask them. Yeah, because this is where, I mean, this is the city and the port is down here. Yeah, I had it briefly, but couldn't hold it. I could not hold it. So send you back up that way. They're going to retreat out. They're coming to there, these guys. Well, they're going to hold probably against a single division. Many is probably good enough to hold them. Oh, well, no, they got a second good division there. In even better shape. Yeah, we've won here. Good. Okay, well, let's send you up to there. Well, let's follow in with the panzers. Okay, here, yes, exhausted, but I think it's time to attack. Okay, and I think it was the HQ. Nope, that one's still holding out. Which was the one that just shattered? No, one over here somewhere, anyways. Yep, send you back. Okay, well, we've won this battle here. Oh, here. Oh, good. Oh, good, 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 good. That means we can add something to this attack. There we go. Assault guns advance. Better stugs. Okay, that's grayed out. So yeah, figure out all your little changes. Wait till you're doing a significant change to the vehicle, then upgrade your minor changes. Because this is, you know, quality does matter. It does matter if you're in a Tiger or a, you know, a sort of standard M4 Sherman. Yeah, but still enough M4 Shermans make up for lack of Tigers, if you will. Because I'll tell you what, if you've got 10 Tigers sitting on that battlefield, now, yeah, if it's a super, you know, pool table, flat battlefield, well, even then, though, because if you got enough aircraft, you just bomb the fuel trucks and the the ammo trucks for those Tigers, and you have Shermans that move faster and can stay out of the way. But especially if you have hills, forests, any sort of terrain features, you just sort of stay out of the way of the Tigers, and you chew up all the infantry around the Tigers, and then yeah, you're getting close enough, and you can throw Molotov cocktails on the Tigers. So Tigers get isolated. So to a point, just having tank, relatively decent tank, is all you need in this war, and that's one thing the Germans never really figured out. On a standardized, on a basis, well accepted basis, shall we say. I'm not saying no one nowhere. What I'm saying is it was not an idea that was considered worthy of adopting. I don't know. Don't know if I bother with those. Let's see, is there something down here I should do now? Yeah, probably some of these things. Okay, organization, morale for artillery. Let's go with organization first. Sweet one there, so that is good. Need to make sure this reinforcement stays up big time. Okay. You ever start singing FDJ? Okay, well, I'm not exactly sure, and I don't know if I don't really want to ask you for that. You bomb fuel trucks and repair trucks. Yeah, Tigers, no more Tigers. Yes. Yeah, so it's, to a point, it's just literally the logistical capabilities of everything does matter. And like I say, the Germans never really got that well enough in ideas. Okay, well, more and more I see this, the more and more I think this is a bad idea. It's the idea we got now, but it's a bad idea. Just take too many losses from these pure support units. Nope. Give them at least a few hours to get better situated. What do you think separates Black Ice, War 3 Black Ice, and other World War II games, style strategy games? Why so they keep coming back? Same song about East Germany. Oh, okay, so some. It's a very good game. Hard. Oh, well, we need to. Okay, we need to reduce. Okay, let's make sure that, because I want to fully make sure reinforcements get to be done. It's a very good game. I don't think anyone has made a better, global grand strategy game yet. There are very good ones. Trust me, I know. But no one has been able to, this is an hourly based game. You deal with all kinds of production, all kinds of politics. It just sort of is the, hard game to beat, if you will. They're coming quick. I might get in time to save that unit from shattering. These guys, they're gonna hold up. Even with the heavy tank brigade. I mean, these guys up would be nice, but they're sort of in the wrong spot still. These guys don't have any anti-tank. Well, Okay, so we pushed them out of there. It's there. Mostly as a pinning attack. Oh god, they're being hit hard. They fall back. And we need to move these guys via train to make sure they get there because they don't have enough supplies. Okay, how about getting supplies to them? Okay. Yes. One of the mountain divisions here just shattered here. Okay. These guys, right. They're moving at 1. We're moving at less than that. Oh, damn. Stay where you're at. You fall back to there. You move to there. There's just a lot of trouble going through the mountains, I guess. Yeah, that isn't the best path for them, maybe. Okay, well, along here we've got this sort of solved. They're going to get there. Once they do, maybe we'll shift the infantry down. Here, okay, now we've got 2 divisions here. They'll be able to take on all of those tanks. Yeah, we knew we were going to lose that. And that was going to be lost eventually. We'd rather get the unit out. Because we can look here as why this was going to be lost. If we had, I mean, maybe they're only attacking from these 2 provinces, but they could attack from a total of 4. Where this same unit here in fairly good shape still doesn't have anti-tank guns. But this actually is an or is a mountain brigade unit here, but does also have tanks as well as anti-tank guns. So it's really good. But it'll be here sort of only able to be attacked from 1 province. And so if they start pushing hard here, we can just hit them from either side and slow them down, hopefully. Hopefully. Unless they're well planned and attack both of the supporting sides first. Okay. Yeah, let's move you 2 up there. They're coming in to support. Okay, so they're all retreating up this way. So, unfortunately, they're defending right now. Okay, good. We're taking out the rebels there. We're still moving our armor down here to be ready for the Allied invasion of North Africa. Let's save then. Okay, we've got a long save here, so that means we're going to have to reboot this after saving. So if you're watching this later on YouTube, thanks so much for liking the videos. If you haven't already, please subscribe to the channel, and of course, post your comments below. Whenever you get one of these long saves, just let it go. Don't touch a single thing. Don't even think about touching a thing, because then it might crash. But if you don't think about it, it's just going to let it take its time. It'll normally save just fine. And yes, it is still touchy. I don't know what to do more than I'm doing, and most everything that I'm doing has already been published. Now I am pushing my system a little harder. Okay, there we go. While streaming here, but yeah. Okay, so Thanks, everyone. Yeah. Right. What I'm going to do here is restart. Now the stream's going to still go, so you don't have to leave or anything. But your screen will go to black. Fade to black. Everything's going black. And I'm going to restart OI4 and go grab another Coke. Just get this loading in here. And I will be back very shortly. Okay, I'm mostly back here. Yeah, you got the screen, but okay. What is this? Playing Black Ice is like building an ice sculpture out of snowflakes. One wrong click and it shatters. Yes. Just don't think he's coming back. I'm back. Yep. It can be, and now it's gotten a lot more stable than it was. I don't know if 10.5 is more stable. I've been playing a little bit with TRE, as you may know, but I've not gotten very far into it. But the first year or so, things seem to be good. Right, well, good. Okay. Okay, we're stopping that attack. Oh, we're also here. We're stopping that. Hoping that will get to there in enough time to make a difference. How is our air looking? Our fighter command. No orders. Where are you? You're here in the east. Okay, you have fuel, I hope. I just sort of illusionary because I just started it up. It says everything has fuel until it figures out it doesn't. You should be resting a bit more, maybe. You definitely should. You look like you're in good order, so let's get you up here to try to do something useful. Okay, hopefully that will help. Hopefully that will help. Okay, still nothing I particularly want to deploy. Oh, well, we could do this. Hope that is just a missing graphic. Especially since we just started this. Okay. So this. Well, we might as well move these guys. Well, let's send one over here. And this one we'll send east, just as, you know, partisan suppression type elements. There we go. Okay. Well, they're being attacked pretty hard, but I think they're just gonna shatter on us, if you will. See my hope there. Do we have any bombers in the air? Yeah, we have some bombers. Let's see if we can bomb there. I should do this better. I do consider what I play here is sort of on super speed. Yeah, you need more rest. These are all Italians sitting there doing nothing, it appears. At least it appears they're doing nothing. Okay, you got some organization, so we're going to put you up. Well, let's move you to a passive. I should have done the others that way, but oh well. Okay, hopefully that works out there. All right, let's save this, make sure things are safe. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals, to Barbarossa. 1942 Barbarossa, and we're seeing how we're doing here. Not as well as I would like. Okay, they're retreating here. So you know what we're going to do is we're going to attack. And they're going to support the attack. Alright. Oh. I always like to change the speed when I'm paused. I don't know if that's a particularly good thing or just a thing I like to do. Where's this attack going now? Okay, well, let it. Let's see if they retreat out. Okay, ground attack tactics advance. I gotta play some more Thunder. I could learn good ground attacking. Okay, we're gonna let that continue. Get that nasty ground, keep attacking it. Uh-oh, infantry division shatter somewhere. They keep trying these attacks and they're not good enough odds, so they keep stopping. Okay. We defend. Okay, we're defending. Well, we've got anti-tank guns. Okay, now we have supplies coming in here, I think. Well, let's move one of these units to there. Well, let's support... Oh, they're already defending. Okay. Not the best. Not the best. Desperate days, desperate days. Oh, and in Jaeger division shattering. Who would have thunk? I don't know. So they're just too good. Yeah, shattering gamers. How can they be too good? Well, look at all this organization they have. They should have lost their organization. I mean, for everything, it should be well less than half. Taking that level of casualties. That's why I still say it's a problem. I mean, I've given up trying to poke them into changing it, but at least for now. Now these guys are getting hurt pretty bad. Okay. Okay, well, since, yeah, we'll just move to here, to here, to here, to here. You just keep moving that way. Moving very slowly through the mountains. Okay, well, they've now got to there, so let's attack them with the motorized forces. Okay, another shatter. This time in HQ, which I'm, well, not terribly, because I do use them in the front line a little too much. You can just drive to there, maybe. Why aren't you intercepting some of these aircraft? This is probably a very big mistake, and I probably should have kept that unit moving, but because these guys are going to get involved in that attack. Oh man, what do I have over here? Anything of any use? Any use? Okay, he's not really. No, nope. Well, there's a garrison brigade. Let's rebase. Oh boy. No, they've already taken that province. Oh, twin engine ground crew training events. Twin engine ground. Yeah, right here. Okay. Okay, 1940. Yeah, let that continue. Well, okay, so still way overproducing on that. Why is this? We're attacking. That is. Isn't that clear terrain? Yeah, that's clear terrain. I don't know. Support that attack. We push hard, see if we can overrun some of these units. Oh, we've won the Battle of Sochi. Well, very good. These are getting bombed. Well, let's bomb this column here. Ground attack. We'll get that force in. Where do we have supplies? What do we have? Air supply. Oh, they're returning. Oh boy. Well. They've got no order. Okay. Well, what is this? Okay. Oh, we got some Italians sitting here. Oh, well. I don't know. We can't split that up. Right to here. Air supply. Right to there. Why are you waiting? They don't have, they need supplies. Well, they're coming to there. These guys are now attacking into there. Oh. Okay, so what we would like to do is to overrun the units that are falling back to here. So we're going to attack up here to hopefully spoil the attack on this unit here. Yeah, we Colombia wants to become our friends. Have you noticed, Colombia? We're sort of like being overrun a bit here. Well, we're not being overrun yet, but we are definitely not doing so great. Well, hey, look at these guys. They actually came in and took a province and now are retreating. Well, it looks like there's more forces coming in there. Yay! Good job, Romanians. Now we got other Italians moving around here. I don't know. Hungarians, are you going to attack anywhere, maybe? We'd love for you to attack. Okay, you come up to here. Why are you going in that? I don't know. Whatever. Okay, commando training, which is probably too far advanced now. Yes. We can't improve our commandos at the moment effectively. Ineffectively, we could, but I want to make sure we're getting all the reinforcements we possibly can. And we're pushing out all the supplies and fuel we can. And they're retreating back. So they didn't do so well. So our overrun did not work there. They could use supplies. Oh, good. We got a core that shattered. Another one. Oh, wrong thing clicking. Oh, good. The SS unit did make it there in time to stop their advance, it so looks. Okay, this is becoming a real serious problem here. I'm going to retreat this motorized force down to these mountains here. Or, yeah, hills, I should say. Get them coming out, leave the mountain division in the mountains. Yeah, they're falling back, but they can take that fort they cut off. Well, not all of my supplies, but I have moved my air supply out of here. Most of it, at least. I guess we still have this unit here. Air supply to there, yes. Try to keep them into supply. Okay, another Jaeger division shattered. Oh, I'm really disappointed. Well, like I said, they just may be too good. See, now here, this isn't so terrible. I mean, it should, the organization should have gone down, but at least this organization is pretty damn low for this unit here that's shattered. Well, and that organization is about gone, so. Well, we're in here now. Another one there. That unit, those units are trapped there. So we're gonna let them keep attacking because they're gonna keep losing their organization. Okay, yeah, I guess sending those guys back in is a good idea. Well, okay, stop attacking. We're not going to be able to pursue the recruiting conscripts. Okay, guys, we've got to fall back here. Okay, you don't need the energy, fine. Now look at all those units just sitting having their vacation in Spain. Is that enough? Well, to change things on the Eastern Front? Right now I don't know that it is, but had we moved it over there, then I really had planned, quite honestly, to have most of this operating around here, you know, down here, but it was the opportunity, the attempt to get Gibraltar. Was this the mistake? And of course, the two cores of armor here. Oh, you guys come on down here. Now, I was keeping them as a strategic reserve to deal with things possibly like the Allied invasion here. So I don't know. Okay, nice Stug unit. You come up this way. They're going to break through down there, so let's reinforce that. Ooh, some armor would be nice. Let's reinforce this. Yeah, it means we're leaving that province. Uh-oh. 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 Okay. Well, this unit was somewhere out here. So we'll send them back. And oh, you were part of the force up here defending here. Okay, guys. Well, oh, the other ones have already retreated. That one retreated already, which is what it should be doing if it loses the organization. That's what should be happening. Fortunately, I did move these guys up here. I don't think any fortification in this province. No, just some anti-aircraft guns. Well, okay. Hopefully that'll be enough to hold for the moment. Yep, now they're fighting here. They'll be able to retreat back. These guys, hope they're getting some organization. There's just way too many of them. Looks like some heavy armor coming up. Okay, they're pushing here, so we've got to fall back here. Let's move. Yeah, the stug unit that way. You stop attacking here. None of you are attacking from there. You stop attacking there. Major defeat. Okay. So we weren't able to push there. They've been able to push into here. Nice. Good. Keeping holding there. We're collapsing down here. Well, it looks like they're falling back some units. That's good. But it looks like they're going to overrun us here. Oh no, they're coming to here. Okay. Which means these guys are going to get overrun. Fuck. Oh. So they're going to get overrun. Damn. Okay. Well, they're attacking up there now, so we're going to attack here. And these guys are still being attacked. Okay. Twin engine armament research. Okay, guys in chat, what do you think? And I don't mean where, oh, you should attack that province or this province or whatnot. But big picture, what should I do? What should I do? I know it's only July. Winter is nowhere near yet, but as you can see everywhere, on every front, I am falling back. I'm falling back up here in the north. I mean, I've made it up to here, falling back down to here. I'm falling back here. Hey, Eric. I'm falling back around here. Can't attack here. We are holding here. We've fallen back from here. We've been pushed back from here. Now we're the units I was moving up to support that is there. Yeah, sure. The Romanians have put there. I hear you got one, gamer. Yeah, please tell me. What do you mean? Oh, you got a Krag Jorgensen? If that's what you're talking about, we're falling back from this. Well, cool. Cool. Tell me about it some other time in more detail. Some other time. Or right one. Tell me about it some other time, Eric, please. Time to go find the cyanide pill. Yeah, yeah, Arno, he'll send it on Discord and we'll talk about it later. Because I don't want to downplay it, but I'm really concerned about what's going on here. You know, okay. One of the mistakes I made was setting objectives for the Allies so late. Meaning I should have set objectives as time goes on because they spent so much time moving up here. And then either they sort of got this and went home or whatever, but they're pushing here. So they've been shifting around. So they've been eating locally supplies. Now they may be still sending supplies into my system to pay for the supplies they're eating. So either I shouldn't have brought in the Allies or I should have done it. You know, when I foot. So, or early on should have just done it through the stages. That might have been helpful, but and this was definitely we will see because we attacked in 42. Now I've won a lot of times in 42. Now I normally play with Third Reich events, which does change things. Maybe gives I know it gives more ICs to Germany, and I think it's appropriate, but maybe it's too much. We did, I think, miss out on some of the bonuses attacking in 1940. Well, 41, I mean. So I don't know, chat, if there's anybody here left that's watching this. I know the view count has gone down considerably. What should I do? Yeah, I got time to take the cyanide pill. Because I'm, and I definitely, Eric is making one episode or an episode that'll be a couple episodes before this. And I'd be happy to continue this if I saw a light at the end of the tunnel, because we can even, see here. Let's look at these units that have been stuck since what, May? Well, they may not have been cut off since May, that's true. But they've been cut off for a considerable time. And they've still got organization. They haven't, starved yet. And so if I push in with these guys, it's going to be damned hard. And it's just going to gut these units. And oh, sure, at the right time, maybe not now, but at the right time, all of these units along the front lines would have been helpful. So... I think it is time, though. I'm going to listen to what people say later on YouTube, because I want you guys to comment too. That's what I should do. Because I don't know that people are really interested in watching me micromanage the front line as we try to, hold off. Because America's coming, guys. We know America's coming. Okay, thanks, Hoffman. Yeah, I mean, if you don't, and I got your comment, time for the cyanide pill, that meaning it's over, meaning we're done. And yes, getting all this armor and all this stuff here, well, not so much these guys, because these guys are guarding the port. Yeah, trying to shift all this over to the east, either via sea or via land, try to fight that out, but... unless I were to somehow get Vichy into the Axis. Where's Vichy right now? Why am I not seeing it on here? Because it's supposed to be, when I select it, it's supposed to be on top. Oh, wait. Oh, look, at Vichy's almost in the Allies camp. They're being influenced by Italy. So unless I can get Vichy in the Axis in enough time here to get these units to North Africa to sit on these ports, I don't think I can push America out. Italy's doing okay down here, fending off the British. That's doing okay. It's not doing great, but they don't have a lot of good ports. Yeah. Here, And this is part of my despair, okay? Because I wanted to get them out here and occupy here, but we know this guy's going here. So this green arrow is the Soviet army unit here. That's probably moving very slow. And if this does somehow get there faster, if it does, it'll be, you know, it's this motorized force. It has anti-tank unit there, so it's, you know, we'll be just fine in these hills. We'll be just fine against the Soviet armored brigade. But that is here. This goes down to here and has almost no organization. Oh, wait a minute. Nothing is guarding the port here. And yeah, trying to air supply in some supplies for what? Well, let's, you know, air supplying some supplies in here isn't going to be a long-term solution, especially if we can't hold the front. A madman move is to land on Pakistan land and rush to Moscow. Well, that is the problem there. I hear you. And yeah, because these guys are now almost to the port, if I'd done a little better keeping these guys up, they sort of stopped to fight the partisans and I didn't get them moving again properly. And put them on these ships here and rush them over to here. But this lack of infrastructure here is going to be we move slow and supplies. I don't know if we can do that. That's really going to be a pain. And I get this. So oil's doing great. Oh, there is so much oil, and I tested this, I know, because of this oil here that we've got, there is a huge amount of oil sitting down here ready to be sent back to Germany. And notice, we'll go with our supply mode. We're not sending resources out. So all of the oil here in Baku is being stockpiled up for Germany. But I've got more oil than I know what to do with right now. Yeah, I'm burning more oil than I'm pulling out of the ground, but it's fuel that I need. It's not oil. It's fuel. Hello, technologist, and hello, Rhaegar. When I played Hoi 4 as Roman Empire, I did weird push into Africa while the U.S. was unmolested. Right? What is the situation with Japan? Oh, well, let's take a look. Japan is worth a good look. Okay, Japan can't take Burma, but is taking Malaya. Now sort of consolidating the position in Sumatra. Java, the landings they failed in and lost. They're holding out here, but against no real opposition. They are pushing a little bit more and sort of slowly here in the Philippines. They did take Guam to keep Japan from being directly invaded, though they could be from the Philippines. So yeah, Japan ain't bad, but it can't even take Burma. So yeah, it's not bad. And of course, Borneo's sitting here. So they probably have plenty of resources, because if we look here, you know, lots of oil, more oil over here. They don't have this oil, which is significant amounts, but I'm not saying they don't have, you know, unlimited oil or anything like that, but they've got a fair amount of oil. That's still in Dutch hands, but they've got this oil here. I mean, it's just little bits, but they're probably all right with oil, especially if they were to push in and get some of these other Borneo. This is Bali. Where is this? Yeah, Bali Papan, Bali, Balik Papan. I gotta say that right. That's one of the main oil sources there for the Japanese fleet. And there's even more down here they could take. So, you know, You can ask the AI to try to take Gall. Well, no. Japan is not at war with the Soviets, and Japan has no forces in here that are able to do anything. So I hear you, Hoffman, and yeah, Japan. They got, okay, 3 regiments, infantry regiments there, plus some other stuff. 1 motorized, 2 special elite regiments, 1 regular regiment there, or brigade, or however you want to say that. So those are divisions. Yeah. And there are sort of wandering forces around here. There's 2, there's 1. We got a bunch of forces over here. Yeah, even more down here. Well, Singapore is well defended. Got a light armored brigade, 2 infantry brigades, a medium tank brigade. Yeah, okay, so they've got, just it's probably moving forces around for them as much as anything. So I'm really looking like this is defeat. I don't know how to hold here. I don't know that we can push out. If I had these 2 units in the right spot here, I could hold here, I think, and restabilize this, and probably stabilize along this front line here. Keep it stable. Probably. I can probably hold here. I can probably hold along here. I'm retreating out here. I can probably hold a sensible line along here. This has been something of they've been able to push back in here. This could become dangerous that they're pushing in here. I don't know. I've got lots of forces here that I could attack with, but these guys are, not that good a shape. I was sort of hoping or thinking, okay, we'll wait a bit, and then we'll be able to attack with them, but it's not looking like that. Well, we're being pushed back here out on the Leningrad front. They've had a resurgence here against the Finns. They're pushing my forces here. These guys aren't going to hold even there. So, yeah. The central and southern fronts look like they'll hold. I could probably hold here. This is too big of an effect. Means eating cart box in check. It's funny. It's an oil location. Okay. Didn't know that. Yeah, it's a well-known, and it's one of those places that produces basically light sweet crude that I don't know if it's quite that grade, but that you could run in ships directly, and that's what the Japanese Navy were doing. And they actually, for some of the time, moved the great bulk of the Japanese fleet down here into this region here because they could supply it directly, the oil needs, from here. Where trying to get the oil up to Japan or some other places to keep the fleet moving, as opposed to refined fuel. They could just take it right out of the ground and use it, or use some minor refining on it. Yeah, I understand that he spelled Pam instead of Pan, but still, it's close to that. Yeah, I get that. So I sort of think this is a conclusion, guys. I'm talking to both those here and later. I will, and I don't think it's going to be the conclusion of the stream, but I think it's the conclusion of this. I just don't know where to go from here. Because I don't have... now I know I'm way overproducing here to try to keep the fuel up. Now, if somebody really knows how fuel works, I'm not saying guess or I think, but really effing knows how to do this, because I think it's tied to supply production. Yeah, it's sort of defeated. At least the Barbarossa is defeated. And yes, if I moved it back to the needed supplies, I could put a lot of these forces in. Produce aircraft, continue to produce quality forces. Do the sort of, call it the Guderian plan. I'm trying to, fall back sensibly to, this sort of line from, Memel down to Odessa or something like that. Maybe try to hold out in, a narrow front area like here in Crimea. But retreat back here, hold on, build up jets and other things, and go back at it, maybe. But I don't know that people really have the patience to get that far. Could this been by making a large? No, it's the Soviets that we're dealing with. They had a shit ton of subs that have fucked me over down here. Couldn't do it. Yeah. Mistakes were made by me. I'm not sure whether the 41 invasion would have solved this or not. I don't know. Okay, well, those watching on YouTube, thank you so much for watching this far into the series. I do want your comments on it. If you've made it this far, and of course you haven't, I got to keep pimping this out. Please subscribe to the channel. And let me know what you think on all this topic. We will be continuing with other Hearts of Iron 3, as well as other Hearts of Iron 4 games. Don't worry about that. This is just sort of the end of this. I do think this is a conclusion. I know people criticizing me for not finishing things. Well, I think this is a finish. I really do. Some people may want to see me drag it out to defending Berlin, but I don't think there's the actual viewer interest in watching that in detail. Yeah, I hear you, but this Barbarossa has failed. That's clear. Now, whether I could build up, retreat back, build up, play this smart, come around and try again. That's another attack. That isn't this Barbarossa. This Barbarossa is defeated. There, I said it. Okay, guys. We're going to play more Hearts of Iron 3 here. So your screen's going to go black because we're going to be switching. Stream isn't over. I mean, you can leave if you want, but the stream isn't over. Well, try your tactic, Arno. I don't have the time to. Sorry. I really should spend other time doing other things than try to play through all this and have people watch me for the next 3 months playing this stalemated game. Yeah, you could try my save if you really want, Arno. So we're restarting Hearts of Iron here. 3. This Coke that I got because we will be playing some. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, see, I thought fuel was made at a given rate based on supply production, but now they sort of messed with supply levels. So I don't know, because I have plenty of oil. I have more than enough oil. I probably have double the oil or more, that I could send back to Germany. I just can't turn it into fuel fast enough. So I don't. Yeah, I know what you meant in Hoi 4, but I mean Hoi 3, but yeah. So it's just, I don't know how that's working. I may work on a tech or something that boosts fuel production, because to me oil is the critical thing, not fuel. because I don't really think. I mean, bombing, especially late war. So I'm not really looking at late war, but early and mid war, I really don't think fuel production was any sort of bottleneck for Germany. I think it was oil, not fuel. So we're going to go back to looking at Black Ice 10.51 with Third Reich event. So, yes, more of this. This is what we were playing last week. Okay. What we're going to continue. We do have some modification from doing some of the aircraft building stuff, but we're going to spam out lots and lots of industry. TRE, I don't get the second word there. Normally I do if it's misspelled a little bit, but I don't know what you're exactly saying there. Okay, so we've got that. That's doing good here. Right, okay. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745, and we're continuing to take a look at Third Reich events with 10.51. Now, it's been a week since I last played this. I have done a little bit of work. There were several things that I wanted to add to Third Reich events. One being a situation where Italy is embargoed because of which is the historical, because of the war with Ethiopia. But that and a few other things I'm deciding not to put into this next version of TRE to try to get it out faster. So I want to hopefully get it out soon. I know that's trademark time, which means I'm not telling you because I thought it would have been out a long time ago, but I just, between various things in life, have kept me away from finishing it, the update. So we're going to continue to play test here and see how it is. So now a big battle fleet. Are you like particularly trying to be unhelpful, Arno? I know Toyjet is. But why have I just demonstrated that I don't need a big battle fleet, I need more tanks and more aircraft. Why would you want me to build a big battle fleet? What good is a big battle fleet? You have to look at this, and you know, Hitler doesn't understand navies at all. At least that's my evaluation of it. Just sort of like in different situations, but similarly, Napoleon didn't understand fleets at all either. Now, he was in the age of sail and just didn't quite get the concept that how dependent on wind and whatnot. Excuse me, just drink Coke here. To destroy the U.S. Okay, big boat for big sea low. Yeah, okay. So So Napoleon always, wanted to tell the fleets where to go, like he's, ordering, his divisions to march around. And the fleets sometimes just literally can't go where he wants to and when he wants to. Now you have motorization in World War II, obviously. And so the wind is much less of a factor. So weather still is, whether you have air cover or, trying to slip out some raiders in foul weather, even if you're not talking about air operations, but whether it's submarines or surface vessels out here trying to spot them, be just much harder in rough weather. So weather does make an impact on naval operations still. But okay, big boat for big sea lion to destroy the USA. Well, okay. I don't think battleships are the key to invading Britain. The Luftwaffe had it right. Now, it's not the Army who sort of kind of saw, and this is a bit exaggerated here, but sort of kind of saw the invasion of Britain as a very wide river crossing. So they're wrong about that. It is a seaborne operation. You do need sea vessels. And if we were looking in the Pacific, it would be, carriers. Well, you don't need carriers here. You got, land-based aircraft just fine. You don't need carriers. You don't need to have a ship sitting out here that launches aircraft to give air cover. You just need to have well-coordinated air cover from land-based groups. And, well, the big question is does the Navy talk to the Luftwaffe well enough to well coordinate that? I don't know that they did. Now, we do know they did once, because there was the Channel Dash in which they left Brest, come up with, was it Gneisenau and the other heavy cruiser. Scharnhorst, was it? I don't know. Or Prinz Eugen, I forget. But where they dashed up the channel instead of going around Britain. And they set the whole thing up to have, to schedule air operations all along the path, so that they knew that at least during daylight hours, there was constant air cover over the ships, and they just dashed up and I think there were maybe a couple of destroyers with them, maybe, but it was just a dash up here. And I guess the Allies did not know it was coming well enough, so they weren't able to stop it. And the ships may have gotten a little bit damaged, but not serious. So they did the Channel Dash just fine. They were getting two aircraft pounded, down here. So they did that. So they were able to coordinate between each other. Effective enough, at least once, for one big operation. Now, could they have done it? So that means they could have done it for a invasion of Britain. So stabilize Finland, keep the oil. Yeah, if you're talking about the Barbarossa campaign, technologists. Yeah, but I'm just worried about the American invasion. See, if it was just going forward there on the other campaign, if it was just fighting against the Soviets, yeah. But I'm just waiting for the, I think it's September. We were in July. I think it's September, torch landings in North Africa that they were going to put in huge divisions that I wouldn't be able to dislodge, and they would start taking North Africa from me, and then taking, so I just didn't see the ability to do so. So I don't think you need battleships to get Britain, either historically or in this game. Now, in this game, I know you don't need battleships or even carriers to take out America. You need to do an island hopping campaign. Now, whether it would be realistic in real life is another question, which maybe no, but is to come up and take out Iceland, take out Greenland, land, here in Newfoundland and up to here, because this will be not very well protected, and you can get in. And normally I can move in there. And I normally also, well, when I take out America in the game, obviously I didn't in this last. This episode is being made just after not taking out Soviet Union, and I wasn't playing the most serious, but that was the first time I failed to take out the Soviet Union ever so long. I normally also come in, take out some Africa places, get some of these islands out here, St. Helena and Ascension, and then land either in Brazil or maybe come down here and land in Argentina and push a pincer movement on America. So you don't need big ships in the game. It's different than real life, but in the game to take out America. Typically Bermuda, yep. You got Bermuda out here. And the Bahamas, yes, absolutely. Those are kind of places I normally do, stepping stones. Even if Brazil's sort of neutral, get close enough to take out some of these Dutch and French and English territories. Take out a few of these islands, just keep island hopping with a lot of air power and light naval vessels. And in real life, we see the battleship in World War II. I know we're just kind of to this, but other thing. Battleship in World War II still had a very significant place, but it is a secondary place. It is for shore bombardment. It is for escorting carriers. Because it has, there were a few incidences. There was one case where the Americans were running away from the Japanese surface fleet, that they had a bunch of their, escort carriers, so they're fairly slow, and some other cruisers. And they were firing everything they could at that Japanese heavy force and constantly taking off and landing, rearming the aircraft on the carriers, and finally were able to sort of more or less bluff their way, get the Japanese to turn around, not continue to pursue. And another time, Halsey was sort of disobeyed commands, and he was supposed to be protecting a beach, and leaves it open. I think it was maybe even during this campaign, and tries to chase down a different Japanese surface fleet to have the big surface fleet engagement that he wanted to, but the Japanese were fleeing and he was out of position and whatnot. So yeah, it's plain. And so out here, realistically, you probably need carriers, but you only need to build those after the Soviet Union is defeated, I would say. Didn't the English take Iceland? Yes. They took it after the surrender, because it happened in a matter of days, surrender of Denmark. They took Iceland over, basically invaded it, and then turned it over to America at some point. America administered it. Okay, yes, we'll give you metal. We'll give you metal. So yeah, that's sort of my strategy. And I normally, if I'm being rather victorious on the Eastern Front, will start building some ships. Whether I build any big battleships, well, then I don't ever build the big super heavy stuff. But maybe some light carrier type things. Okay, welded plate. Construction is that here? Yes. 38 too far in advance. We're going to continue. Let's look down here. It's been a week since I played this. Okay, we could do motorized HQs, but let's do that. I've often wondered, as in for the last 30, 40 years, literally, wondered, could the Germans have taken Iceland? Yes, I think they could have, because obviously you move, some of the big, the Bismarck comes out, and the whole movie Sink to Bismarck and is out here. you really could have brought some of the, some of the big ships along with some support ships. And Germany had the Wilhelm Gustloff and several other of the uh, cruise line ships that they had, as well as a few transatlantic liners. They could have put a lot of troops on, and you use those in particular because they're rather fast ships. They're not slower transport barges, and they could have easily left Trondheim. Though whether the British would have known enough about it and intercepted the fleet, that's another question. Doesn't mean that they would have been able to intercept it, but they could have taken it. I really think they could have come in here and landed it and taken it. Now, could they have held it? I don't know. That's a different question. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Arnhem. Okay, we will give you energy. Okay, how many we have? Okay, well, we'll let this go a little bit more. Fun fact, German go and take pictures of the fjords south of Reykjavik every week because it was where all the American transport ships are stationed. Okay, interesting. There was also a lot of float planes up here in Reykjavik area, and a major storm hits, and basically it doesn't destroy all of them, but knocks them all out of immediate action, and you need to do a lot of repair because they were the PBYs, but they weren't the amphibious ones. They were the pure float planes, and they had a major float plane base up here. Those were really good aircraft for closing the gap and doing anti-submarine operations. But there was a lot of Americans stationed there and doing a lot of different work up there during the war. I'm not really that concerned. Okay, we're down a lot in oil, but I think it's just the up and down. I'm going to make a save just to make sure everything's safe. Sometimes one of your saves will get corrupted. It'll seem like it'll be fine and you'll be able to load it, but you'll never be able to save off of that save. It'll just crash the game. So I normally early on try to remember to just make a test save, starting up from any save. Okay, mentioning TRE in the last campaign and those guys holding on the swamp. Please in chat, either now, I would like your input, and those watching later. Do you think the defensive capabilities in the swamp are too great? Now, you can tell maybe by my question. I think so. Not that you shouldn't have more defensive capabilities, but they seem to be, to me, almost impenetrable. I attack them at 3-1, and the swamp guys are just holding out. That just doesn't seem realistic to me. Now, I understand that this is the Pripyat Marsh. Oh, we don't have this turned on, do we? No. Historical plans. Okay, there we go. There we go. There we go. Now we got this on. Got to remember to turn this on so you can get the. It's not a battle plan. It's just a naming rivers, marshes, seas, whatever. The Pripyat marshes. I understand that they're a god awful, mysterious, weird place, and I might sort of kind of agree to some of that stuff. But we also have these up here, and yeah, I don't expect anybody to be from these places and go, but they just or go there to check out. But they just seem to be overly effective. And movement I would sort of kind of get, because trying to move, sort of like super Rasputina or whatever, trying to move motorized forces through them. I'm not trying to knock on movement. Range. Show the Fall Guild plans, please. Okay, is there a Fall Guild plan in historical plans? There we go. Let's show those. There we go. That's that. I don't know. I've never terribly been interested in trying to play or follow these kind of things, but I guess some people were. So they made them and put them in here. That's a good enough look for you. Oh, no, we want that. We don't want. Market plans. Oh. As you can tell, I don't really use these. There we go. Get rid of the excess stuff. Yeah. They're sort of interesting historical stuff. Okay, basic anti-tank ammunition. That is here, and it's a one and done. Okay, we are a little bit, well, not much to the deficit. That's fine. I'll pause. So good. Artillery theory. Our blueprints were stolen. Hoped by friendly we would give them money for crude oil. Okay, because I'm sort of wanting to have good alliances with Iraq. Okay, attacking the swamp gives big disadvantages. I understand why the big bonus is against infantry, but I think you should get a way to get them out with airstrikes or something like that. Okay, maybe I'll think about that. I'll try to look at the terrain effects. Let's see if I can. Well, one thing I do want to look at is, and I'll tell you right now, and I think I mentioned this before. I don't know if everyone watching. I know not everybody watches everything, so I think like the fortress defenses in standard Hearts of Iron 3 are, the effect I think are like a 0.8 or 0.9 or something like that. But in Black Ice, there are, I think, 0.23. They're more than double the defensive effects of fortresses. So I sort of with Black Ice, I'm now in this new version. I'm sort of doing the middle. They're not quite they're not all the way down at vanilla, but they're about halfway between vanilla and Black Ice. So they're harder than they are in standard, but they're not as fully as easy in that. So I'm going to look in the swamp effects, I think, but I do want your input. I missed the option you had in Hoya where you could just flat out buy tanks off your ships and other stuff. Okay. No, they're not. Looking at Kurland late stages, total mud. Okay. Hello, Zender Belgrade. How you doing? I don't recognize you. Any of you new? Please subscribe. Swamps are so nasty. You should give big bonuses. It should have, however, big attrition for defenders too. So it would make it even. Yeah, maybe in swamp defenses get less supply because it's more difficult. Moving those places, keep good defenses. Okay, well, I'll take a look at the effects. I do want everybody's point, because I don't want to make something that nobody wants to play. I think swamps should have a significant effect. It's just coming across some of these terrains here. Because when we attack out through some of this stuff here, because Germany will own here, I think here, is it these two? This has just become impassable. And I don't remember it being that way at like 8 point something or other Black Ice. So I'm going to look at it. I can look at the files, see if it's changed and how it's changed. I want to make swamps not just be like plains and you just drive across them and easily slaughter. That isn't the point. The point is just, are they overdoing it? Because if you watched all of my Barbarossa campaign, you saw how I never was able to crush these guys. And from, it was after, it was in June sometime they get surrounded. But I think somebody noted it was like 3 weeks into it and they were still in supply. These large, several cores worth of units. Okay, silver medal. Olympics used to have medals for other things than sports. Arno Becker, different Arno than's in chat, wins silver medal for sculpting. And these are the two particular entries. Outside of the main stadium, we're up. Dietrich Bonhoeffer, August 1936. Bonhoeffer's authorization to teach at the University of Berlin was revoked after he was denounced as a pacifist and enemy of the state. Bonhoeffer was a dissident, anti-Nazi, and author of The Cost of Discipleship. That's his book. That's sort of a modern flag, best sort of anti-Nazi, the sort of period-looking flag, and that's a picture of Dietrich Bonhoeffer. He later goes into work for the Abwehr under one Canaris. So yeah, that tells you some of the stuff. But he works for the Abwehr. Wonder what he's working towards as part of the Abwehr. But this just gains descent and whatnot. Loses a little bit of popularity because he's not alone in his things. Yeah, you're not that old, or nor are you a Nazi, I don't think. Supply use augmented in swamps so they can't stay at Vietnam. Yeah. So I'm going to look at that. Trust me, I'm not going to make it super easy, but I do either those live or not. Please put because I'm going to look at some of the other, see if I can maybe make them easier vulnerable to air attack. That might be a good way to do it. So, because I do know that, at least I believe, air attack changes, if you're attacking a city or you're attacking plains or you're attacking mountains, maybe we can make it easy to disrupt them with air attacks. Because swamps, it depends on where you are. Because you come into, down in Florida and Louisiana, these swamps have lots of trees in them. But these trees here can live in salt water. There's, so there's actually sort of forests in the swamps. I don't know about these, but I don't think the swamps down here are foresty. Lots of tall trees or bushes to hide in, like hide trucks and tanks and big supply depots and things like that. Not talking about infantry units, but your supply element. Okay, the STG, the Schiffbau Technisches Gesellschaft, the Society for Maritime Technology. We want to do research for this year. Yes, we'll get a little bit of there. Henlein and Hitler. Okay, now this is where you get the choice. The earlier event is informational on this. This is where you get the choice. Sudeten Deutsches Partei. Party leader. I know it's sort of party leader, but yeah. Konrad Henlein has come to Berlin to meet with Hitler and other National Socialist leaders to seek their support for the SDP. We must decide the important question of Germans living in Czechoslovakia. Should we support German-speaking areas joining the Reich or leave Czechoslovakia in peace? This will have long-term ramifications for the future. I try to give everybody, once you know my mod, then you don't have to read everything, but read this. Okay, so this is where the choice comes. Do you want to try to do the Munich Agreement kind of thing and get the Sudeten Germans and have that go historical? If you just want to, hey, ally with Czechoslovakia, or hey, be peaceful Germany, or hey, I just want to later on send my panzers in to crush them. I don't want to, have a peace agreement. So if you want to do something other than historical, do the stay out of Czech affairs, or not. And see, this is where I use money, because this is supporting the Czech or Germans in a different country. So we're going to start to support for them for 100 money. Willie Messerschmitt, genius. Okay, lots of stuff. He really is a genius here in this game. Hello, Lord Greenus. I'm sure I'm butchering that again. Normally, supply and sickness kills swamps. You have to have very good supporting infrastructure to keep soldiers in swamp terrains, not to mention problems using anything on wheels there. Yes, thank you for that. That is very true. Do your mod works fine now? It's getting better, Mike. I think my mod is mostly working fine. There's just some sort of grunt work where I got to do copy paste a bunch of things, copy paste. Okay, next one, do a bunch of to get everything working right. I've got to do a bunch of copy paste stuff that I haven't done yet. I just got to apply myself. Yes, headline here. So it's mostly ready, but not ready to be released. I'll probably put it out slightly earlier on my Discord forum. I don't know if Arno wants to put in chat now, link to the Discord, get one if you guys want to join there. Put it out there a little early for some people to play. Okay, and I got to improve this picture. This was one of my early things here. Took a map that shows where various Nazi Party NSDAP chapters were in Switzerland in the mid-30s. But this is similar to that Conrad Henlein event. Do we want to support Swiss Nazis or not? We're going to do so. This is basically the historical one would be no, because Gustloff is dead, but we're going to support them. And so, yeah, I think it's mostly working good, but we're still testing it out to see if there's some big oops in it here, but it's mostly just grunt work that I know I need to complete. Give them energy. Yes, you may have lots of energy. Thank you, Arno. Thank you so much. And that way, if you're interested in it, and you've also put it up on YouTube, please, you can you might get an earlier look at it before I put it up on the Black Ice forums. Just means that you're more likely to encounter bugs. But Essay der Führer, sort of an essay leadership magazine, part of the essay chain of events. Thank you, Arno. Thank you so much. So that link should be active invite to our Discord forum. And there's almost 200 members there. Thank you all who are members over there. Whether you find people we play War Thunder quite a bit. Some people join up and play EU4 and Heart on Hoy 4 a fair amount, and a few other things. So it may be a place to find people to play with. I hope that continues to grow. And we have a few people posting, including Eric and the new IQB, posting interesting videos and other topics. So a little bit of a sales pitch to hang out on Discord there. Okay, Advanced Training Centers, advance. And move forward. Okay, let's stop that for now. Still a little toward air liaison. Let's do that. Keep that going. We're overproducing supplies because we want a big reserve of them. We just got a bunch more of the factories online, which will help us out. Okay, we're now into the territory here, and because of my last playthrough, and my last playthrough was definitely an experimental one, shall we say, to just see how things are changing, and they do change with Black Ice. What I'm mostly doing is putting more ICs out here in the east where it is, and I want to build simultaneously, so I'm looking for provinces that don't have current IC built in them, just to sort of get them away from Western bombing. Okay, so hopefully, yes, that should do it. So I did not build, I don't think, enough ICs in the last playthrough. Now, why didn't I build enough ICs in the last playthrough? Because things changed is the answer. And why or how did they change? They changed, instead of being able to click and take one of these events for like the air squadron, and then just move the aircraft down to the bottom priorities, and then eventually get them to the top. They now take out IC. So I'm trying to, percentage here. So I'm waiting a little bit longer, then I'm going to activate one more. Got to activate all these before the end of the year, or they sort of go bad. So, but I activated too many and they just cut into production. Okay, well, yes, you can have Spain national, or Spain, you can have fuel. Again, I need to learn to talk, since that's my job here. Okay, so advanced training center. I know this is reducing thing. I think it does help overall. Great War analysis. We're analyzing the Great War. We lost. Why did we lose? Why did we lose? Why did we lose? What are we going to learn from it? Okay, yes, we're going to let that go. Why did Germany lose the Great War? Because they were unable to do rapid knockout blows in the beginning of the war, and once it became an attritional war, then Germany against the rest of the world, even without, you see, you had the German Empire, here. You had the Austrian Empire here. And then later you bring in the Turkic Empire, which is rather weak. And you got, again, I know I've harped on these things a lot. Turkey did not make its own freaking rifles. I mean, they do nowadays. They make I don't know what their actual modern, current service rifle is, because I know what is the French now use the HK or something? No, not the HK. They use something. They no longer use the FAMAS. I know FAMAS was the older, the little bullpup thing. They've gone back to a non-bullpup, pseudo M16 type weapon. Different, but it's sort of like that. But I don't know what the Turks modern make, but they were making for years, I know, copies of the G3, the H&K G3. But in World War I and World War II, they didn't make their own rifles. I don't even think they made most of their own bullets, their own things that go pew, pew, pew out the end of the rifles. That's how weak an ally Germany brings into the war. Now, I know they're hoping to, change the front and attack, whatever, but my God, the idea, and I talked to Ari, who's a bit of or at least was for a while, a bit of a World War I, fanboy, and gave me some of the reasons why the Ottomans joined. But my God, they were stupid to do so. Yeah, okay, the HK 416. Okay, good, Hoffman. We use the 416 now. Okay, I'm guessing Hoffman is a Frenchman? Sorry to hear that. This is what the Turkish use. Okay, I can't see that link. Is it an HK G3 type gun, the MEK? I don't keep track of all of these things. I used to more so. Yep, okay. Yeah, I used, and I know I was correct at one point, and I'm not absolutely sure. Like, time goes on. When I'm correct in 1995, I might not be correct in 2021, if you know what I mean. Things change. So, yeah, and so, yes, Austria and Germany, Austrian Empire and German Empire, at war with France. But it's not just France, it's the French Empire. At war with Britain, not just Britain, but the British Empire. War with Russia, the Russian Empire, okay. Italy, the Kingdom of Italy, okay. But the real difficulty here is that France and Britain are able to buy food from America. American farmers do great during the war. And it actually sort of causes problems after the war because they invest a lot in farming growth, either buying more land and putting it into, so there's lots of places in America, there's plenty of land, especially back then, that could be farmed that just isn't farmed because of not the need to, they're already producing enough food. Put more land in, buy land, expand, or buy more farm machinery and take out bank loans. And then when the war stops, all these nations don't need the food or can't afford the food or whatever. And so they stop buying from America. So there's a bit of a crash in food prices that affects the farmers. So that they're able to buy from the USA, from Latin America, import rare materials from Asia, import oil from places. Yes, I know Germany does produce a little bit of oil, but not even enough for World War I uses. So, it's not just the power of the armies of France and Britain and whatnot. It's just the ability for them to trade. Oh, and buy all kinds of arms from America for their use. And all of that stuff is all going on. That's why they lose the attritional war. It's when they failed to take Paris, they weren't able to push things. It's kind of like a G36. The Germans try to buy food from South American farmers. Well, they have no way of getting it home during World War I. There's no trade links. One time, Germany builds one submarine. They have plans for building more, but they build one cargo submarine that has no torpedo tubes, has no guns on it, and they send it out of, I don't know whether it's Hamburg or Wilhelmshaven or whatever, and it sails all the way out here, all the way here, and they make sort of an adventure of it, and shows up in the USA. I think New York area or whatever. I think it's New York. They show up and they're like, "Hi, we're here." And they're sort of celebrated because there's, until the sinking of some of the ships a bit later, but even then, there's still a lot of support for Germany because there's a lot of Irish living in America that don't like the British. There's a fair number of old school Americans that, fought, their ancestors, obviously, fought the British in the War of Independence, fought the British in the War of 1812 when they came and burned down our capital, which was just a spiteful political event that they did because it wasn't even complete. Well, it was, some of it was inhabitable, in the sort of early pre-White House and whatnot, but it was no like military value, and it was just sort of political symbol buildings, and they just literally it's not like it was destroyed in the fighting. They took the city and they put it to the torch, which is pretty despicable activities, Britain. Yeah, you guys need to keep apologizing for it because it just, especially what we've done for you since then. You should keep apologizing for burning our capital. So there's a bunch of old school Americans that aren't terribly happy with Britain from those two wars. You have a fair amount of German Americans, whether they're Germans that have become Americans or just Germans that are yet to become Americans, or descendants of them living throughout America. So there's a lot of sympathy for Germany, but there's also more sympathy for Britain, and they see Germany as being an aggressor. So it's sort of a mixed relation, but Germany keeps doing bad things like using their submarines to sink neutral vessels like American vessels as they go to Britain. Well, whether they're carrying war cargo or not, that's not the question. They're sinking neutral vessels out not just sitting outside of a British port and sinking them just before they enter, inside territorial waters. They're sinking them out in the middle of the ocean. And Germany is declaring exclusion zones to parts of Europe, including exclusion zones to neutral countries in Europe. So, yeah, Germany's behaving badly, as they often do. So they send over this one cargo submarine. They're here for about a week. They buy all that they can to put into the, submarine. No, like weapons, but I don't think. But, supplies, critical, rare materials, shall we say, in a Hearts of Iron turret. And has the adventure of going, getting back to that. That's one-time voyage. They end up later converting that submarine over to, be able to sink ships, put torpedoes on it. The initial plan to rush Paris wasn't acceptable because the logistics lines. How's the game? Well, we've gone back to the to a different playthrough. We lost. I lost. So we're gonna have to find something else. We give them money for fuel. No, thank you. Yep. We lost Barbarossa. Whether we would have lost long term is another question, but we lost that Barbarossa invasion. Okay, no. Italy grabbed up Abyssinia. Egypt, we would give them money. No, we're not buying fuel. We have plenty of fuel right now being produced. We're not buying fuel. We might buy oil. Yeah, I didn't produce enough ICs. There were other problems. Okay, we're going to do that. But I think, okay, we're still three-year track. Okay, let's, no, yes. No, yes. Don't know, propose, I don't know what that's doing here. Let's do this. How big of a hit to our economy? 10%. Okay, so we're just going to do this one for now. And that is until December. Okay, so that's until basically the end of the period that I have. We're to keep expanding. No. Oh, no. We would give, no, we don't want fuel from you. Sorry. Well, I'm still worried, very worried about the Americans coming in and forces needing to deal with it. But definitely that year, because I know it was still just July, but I was not. I was retreating back from Leningrad. I was nowhere near Stalingrad, and I got nowhere near Moscow and was basically stalemated there. So no way was I going to achieve a Barbarossa victory in that summer season. Okay, the Eighth Party Congress. So we're hurting our relations with the Soviet Union, but we're getting 4 more ICs. Very nice. Okay, that took a big hit out, that 10%. Okay, money, no. No, no. Hello? Don't quite get what you're saying, Beam Slam. Or is that something about the Allo Allo mod? Probably. Don't speak French. Okay, hydrophones have advanced. Hydrophones have advanced, so let's do small warship. Oh, how am I? Oh, I'm doing very well, Beam Slam. How are you doing today? I thought Beam Slam knew I was an American. Yeah. We don't speak no other foreign languages. We speak American. You speak American? We're not buying. Oh, energy. Yes, we'll give you energy. Not buying fuel though. No fuel. Okay, sure, plunk doctrine. The doctrine of determining where on the battlefield you should concentrate your forces and then concentrating there to create a breakthrough. At least that's my basic understanding of the Sherplunk. You can speak Americano, right? Transport ship hulls. Okay, 38. We'll stop that. Let's come down here because I know we have some more 36 text to do. Okay. On 16th of September 1936, Romanian politician, basically George, just strange spellings of George Britannu, met with the German Führer Adolf Hitler in Berlin. Should we make the offer that Germany will supply Romania with weapons and will guarantee its borders in exchange, they will strengthen our commercial ties and will not allow the Soviet army to enter their territory. So this was definitely a push by, you can see the quality. That's the best photo I could get of the guy at the time. There's lots of photos of Hitler around. There's probably lots of photos of George here, but just not available online. So we can try to get, and this was a historical meeting, we can try to get Romania to be friends with us. Or we can have other plans if we don't want to have them friends with us. The Führer met with the Romanian politician George in Berlin in September. He offered a very favorable deal, the German military equipment and guarantee of their borders in exchange. And it's guaranteeing their borders. So this is key. It's not, because you notice it, to keep the Soviets out, yes, or that they wouldn't allow the Soviets in, but it's also going to guarantee this border currently here, not Soviets taking away Bessarabia, not Hungary taking away Transylvania, not Bulgaria taking away these three little provinces here. That's a key element to this agreement that Hitler's offering in 36, which whether you think he has the power to enforce that or not, I don't know, but he's offering in 36 favorable deal, guarantee of the borders in exchange for increased bilateral agreement. The fool Romanian politicians decline their position. They will regret this. And I don't know whether they do or not nowadays, but and this was a real meeting. In this meeting, there is a Czechoslovakia, or Romania does have an event to whether they accept or reject it. It is coded so that it's very likely that the Romanian AI will reject that. But a human playing Romania could accept that if they so wished. And what do we have here? Okay, camouflage designs. What are your pretty uniform colors going to be for the upcoming war? Who gets what patterns? Who's going to be stylish this year in field wear? Okay, direct fire training. Not for the masses beam slam. As I was saying before you got here, I think I've got it working correctly, but there's these events that put down units right onto the map now. I'm having to go through, manually change a bunch of stuff. I think a few more entries to go through, like 20 or 30 more entries to go through. It's just grunt work that I haven't done, and a combination of procrastination and other real world stuff that I've needed to do that I haven't completed it. So soon. First, it'll become available on my Discord forum for at least a few days to get people to make sure that they are installing it and it's working, not just me. And then I'll put it out there. Yes, you can have energy. No, we don't want to buy fuel from you. Just store up all your extra fuel. Luxembourg, that Belgium, or any of your local people don't want to buy, and we'll just take it off of you later when we invade. That's why I don't buy things from places like the Netherlands and Belgium, because they just stockpile whatever it is, and then we'll come in and take it on our own. So I try to do like that whole Romanian thing, put it in there. Partially it's for flavor because if this game is intended to be played from the German perspective, and I'm presuming mostly it's going to be AI and the other thing, so it's coded so that it's highly likely that the Romanians will say no to this. But I'm sort of building the historical case of what was happening and why it was happening in World War II. But there are some events more likely than others for a possible, a plausible realist, plausible alternative history, if you will. Some countries might say yes to something like that once in a blue moon. Oh, we're paused. Okay. Didn't realize that I was talking too much. Okay, truck and prime minister. That is here. Stop that. Let's come down. Improve security units. We'll do that. We'll improve our security units. I'm not saying it'll be done next week, but I'm definitely going to try to do a bunch more work on it next week. I'm not going to give time scales of when it will be done, but this is obviously some of the work needing to be doing just to seeing how these things go together. Okay, Addis Ababa massacre. Okay, how are we doing this? Okay, so many ICs under production here. Good. Upgrades, I don't know. Yeah, let's get the upgrades done. Yes, you can have metal Bulgaria. Don't know why you want so little, but sure, you can have metal. Okay, we've got lots of free spies, so let's take a look here. Our own spy priority is pretty high. We're supporting our ruling party, doing counter-espionage and raise national unity. We are tech spying on Japan, Britain, as we see there, and I think that is it. Oh, and the USA for now. Who else should we spy on? Who else? Afghanistan? Belgium? Austria? Finland? France? No, let's do Soviet Union. Let's do Soviet Union. Okay. Let's put in some spies. We're going to... Let's do some covert ops. Let's do some covert ops. See what we can do here. Get the... Okay, oh, we also... More stuff. Spy on you? No, not right. Yeah, I tend to not rely upon it. Not obviously I do it, but it's not something I think, oh, I've got to do it. I don't want to rely upon it to win or lose the game. But we'll do the old Brandenburg type option. I know of two paramilitary or military type spying or groups. One that worked at one time or another against the Soviet Union and other nations. You have the Brandenburgers. They were formed, at least, I don't know if entirely by von Hippel, but von Hippel is one of the main founders of the Brandenburgers, and for covert military operations. And the other covert military operation is Roland? No. Rohan or something like that. One of the squadrons that he comes out or sets up a German reconnaissance squadron that uses bombers, but with no bombs in them, no or little or no machine guns in them. They're trying to lighten the aircraft up entirely as much as they can to get it as fast as they can. And they go through all of the aircraft and get rid of as many of the markings, if not all of the markings, that identify ownership of the aircraft. Definitely things like, painted on, swastikas on the sides are all removed. But even they go in, I understand, to try to remove, made in Germany type things, not all the German labels on stuff, but, on the parts inside the aircraft, so that if they're shot down or over enemy territory, they were designed to operate over neutral countries to do aerial photographic, intelligence, fly over to see, where the enemy factories are and how easy they're to see from the air, or where the enemy units are, or potential enemy units, because they're doing against neutral countries. So they had a squadron set up of bombers specially set up for that aerial reconnaissance. Those are the two basic units that I know of. Then you have Skorzini's group, but they're much later set up and formed. Okay, advanced education. Yes, advances, more leadership. Yeah, are there any 37 technologies that I want to do now? Because I know we've already got the 36s done here. Okay, we'll do here's a tons of modern ships repair. Okay, I'm not sure if this helps anything, but casting, electro welding. I don't know if this affects anything but ships, but we'll do that right now. Yes, you may have metal, Portugal. Okay, the Carpathian Deutsches Party, the KDP, which is really just sort of a subgroup of the SDP, as it says here, but yeah, and yes, he grows a Hitler mustache. They are the Czechs, or the German-speaking people outside of Czechia, basically in the Carpathian Mountains out here in Slovakia, but it's still one country. So they are they more or less functionally independent group from Henlines, technically, or whatever under it. And okay, and we got a little more we could do. Well, let's start on this. Support them in the national parliament. We give them medal for money. Yes, poor thing. Now we're selling stuff to both sides of the Spanish Civil War, which did happen, actually. Germany sold weapons and munitions to both sides. And it was the same guy selling them to both sides. Okay, well, here we go. This is something new for me. Okay, zinc mines. Okay, so what we're going to do here is, and we've talked about some of this stuff, and I may convert it away from money. Did tie it? They talked about tying to. I think the suggestion was we'll combine, maybe keep some money costs for expanding this, but go to ICs and maybe have a manpower hit. One time. Lose 30, 50 manpower or something. Hey, David, how you doing? Well, it's partially profit is profit. It was a friend of Goering's that was actually running at least some of the ships. He bought 3 ships, 3 foreign flagged ships, meaning don't know where they were made. They weren't made in, like one was an American ship and one Dutch or something, I forget. But he buys 3 ships to bring arms into Franco's, arms and munitions. So they're like making tens of millions of rifle and machine gun rounds for Franco's, single orders, bringing in. So he has 3 ships doing this stuff into Franco's. eventually buys 3 more ships that go in and bring in, I don't know how many weapons, but definitely munitions in for the loyalists. But the company that is doing it is set up by the German government. Now the guy who's running it is making a percentage of the profits, so he's making out very well. But yeah, it is definitely a German government operation to sell to both sides. So some more supplies than money, but still some money and maybe a manpower hit to expand these mining type events. Okay, so modify zinc in Nordhausen by 1. So let's quickly look here. What is this, Nordhausen? Yes. Okay. So currently we have 3, and this is the first time I've done this, so we're looking at that. Zinc 100% Nordhausen. Okay. Let's strategic effects. Okay. Zinc surplus 3 or 2. I guess we should say, because it's 2. Okay, so we're expanding this. And this is my understanding, okay? And always watch my language very carefully. I say things like understanding or is. Is, I've looked at the code and know. I understand is, I've read some things and I get it. Is these, now this is like we have 0 tungsten that we're controlling. And I've shut down the buying, so you just have controlling, either you or your faction members controlling. I think it'll do for faction members. So this here, and it says about greater than 1,000.2, and that's what we are. So we're at surplus here. So we have metals plus 3, supplies plus 1.5%, 3%, 1.5, and that is based upon the amount of ICs you have that affect this. So as you get more ICs, you need more zinc or any of these other resources. So we're having, a lot of detriments here. They're minor, 1%, supplies 2%. They're not like, oh shit, we're collapsing. And so I agree with the concept of this. This Germany was able to get around some, like, its copper shortage. Germany has copper reserves, meaning digging out of it, but nowhere near the needed levels for the war. So yeah, they should have this, but it shouldn't be crippling. There was ways around it, but we can see this. So we're going to go with this. So we're expanding our mines. Now we haven't expanded much, although we already had more. So it's like, let's just presume that this is the only zinc in, this sort of greater area of the world. I don't know that it is, but if this is the only zinc here, and we start taking a lot of other ICs as we capture them, as we get bigger and bigger and as we grow, then we'll need to keep our zinc mines up to quality, or we'll start getting negative numbers, is how I understand this to work. Now, there very well may be zinc out here. Okay, just wherever it might be, I don't know right offhand, that we could capture to balance that out. So that is how it's working. Always Goering, yeah. Well, that was part of it, and I think Goering was getting I think I don't know anybody. I don't know that anybody has stated they have any sort of records that Goering is getting a cut. But yeah, there's aluminum. Okay, so here is some copper. Oh, chromite. No, this is okay. This is chromite. It's CR instead of CU. Aluminum here, so we get some aluminum here, we get some aluminum resources here. Well, that's Italy, but once Italy's in our faction, we've got uranium here, we've got car production there, we've got well, there's more zinc here. So when we get this, it's at least 1 level of zinc, but we should see if it's more because we're at a unit right next to it. So that'd be 1 level of zinc to help out. Here, weather impact, what is this? I don't. Oh, helium. Okay, so it's not one. It's not one, I guess, that we can expand on. These are just where we can expand. So just keep that in mind. So we're doing that here. Okay. Yeah, Goering was corrupt. Goering was corrupt in so many ways. Because at one point, I forget who, but one of the rather high ranking, somebody like Udet, or I don't know, one of the high ranking Luftwaffe generals, it was suspected, the SS thought that he had some Jewish ancestry, like maybe even being half Jewish. And Goering steps in and says the Luftwaffe determines who's a Jew and who's not within its ranks. We will no longer receive 13 money for 30 supplies from Japan. Okay. Yeah, but we will get a little bit of, we give them money for rares. Okay. Well, okay. Yeah, we want to improve friendship with Finland. So, yes. Now we can stockpile that up and it's not fuel. Okay. So, well, we're doing pretty well here. So, you know, if you truly buy all that racial nonsense, and I want to like say that I think it's racial nonsense, he's even corrupt in that sense because it wasn't for money. You know, they weren't paying him off to keep him out of. Whether keep him out of, a camp where you concentrate in, or just get him fired from the Luftwaffe or whatever. It wasn't for money. It was for either personal power or it was for institutional power for his Luftwaffe. He's just corrupt. You know, if you believed in that nonsense. So maybe Goering doesn't really believe in that nonsense. He just, in it for the power and the glory of Germany. And since the other nuts running the insane asylum believe all that stuff, he goes along with it. But he's also starting in the very early days when it's very clear that the Nazis aren't like about ready to get into power. So he gets in with them very early on. So I think he believes it. Or why would you? Because they're not like at that point the clear victors. Goering go out literally saying that I'm the one who burned the Reichstag without giving a damn is beautiful. Yeah. I do understand. I do believe, and it was the Nazis who burned the Reichstag. Some very interesting stuff around that in the book Hitler's Monsters. Okay, somebody stole our blueprints. Let's just check. We do have counter-espionage, not the highest, but pretty good. We've caught 14 spies, so that's good. Okay, we would give them fuel. We would give them fuel each day in exchange for money. Okay, we want to make sure the Spanish state has enough fuel. So if you want to buy some, yeah, be our guest. So yeah. Okay, so now we have, because we've increased our zinc compared to our ICs, we're now metal +3. Now, right now, we've got okay amounts of metal. We don't have nearly as, much, as, or not nearly as big a surplus as we do coal, both as in reserve as well as production. So that will help. Supplies will definitely help. So this is a reason to do this, to keep this going, and not just minimum amount on it. Okay, so diplomatic report, checks or setting up things to do it. Okay, the 4-year plan. That's so you can see the book in there. That's actually a period book cover about the 4-year plan. And I sort of zoomed in on it, copied and pasted up to that. I thought that was rather cool. Graphical image. With TRE, I really try to make it things that you would have seen, the images you would have seen back then. So right now we are facing, we have TRE start. You can see it, the fourth one from the bottom, negative 10% ICs. Again, TRE may, and I think it does, I haven't done all of the math on it, but I do think it does give bonuses to Germany, but it's not specifically designed to give bonuses to Germany. There are a lot of costs involved with things. So starting at the beginning is very important, because if you have a 10% down at the beginning, that's compounded over time, or the lack of compounding over time. Because if you had 10% more ICs at the beginning, you could have built 10% more ICs themselves that would have built more ICs or just built more stuff later on. So taking that away, first 6 months or more, that hurts it more than it does later into the game. The same amount of ICs, not so much the percentage, because you grow. Okay, so now you can decide not to do this. Schacht does understand markets better. Helmar Schacht does understand markets better than Goering. National manpower is down because, hey, people to the industry not being wasted in the army. More 10% ICs, which this is my interpretation of Schacht in the game, based on other things, because he is special minister Helmar Schacht, president of the Reichsbank. So that evens out. So if you have Schacht, that 10% up evens out the 10% down. So he's not giving you any bonuses that I'm not taking away from you already. Money 10% up, which will, help get us more money. And construction practical decay down 5, so will help build up infrastructure. Now, he is considered a fascist here. I didn't change that. I would have maybe gone paternal aristocrat, because he is not. I don't know that any of these guys, Canaris, a fascist? No. I don't. Because a fascist is a type of socialist. So is National Socialist. There are two different types of socialists. They are socialists. Canaris is definitely an anti-Nazi at some level. He was a traditionalist. I would not have him as a socialist, and I know I changed that. I don't know. I wouldn't put him as a fascist either. Konstantin von Roth. Probably a paternal or autocrat. These guys sort of kind of like, some democratic representation, I think, in government, but they're not like, hey, democracy is the way to do everything. No, it's more like, hey, we need voting to understand what the people think or want or need, but then the aristocrats, whether they're, born gentlemen or just like we have in America, we have a lot of aristocrats. They're in both political parties, but they're from the sort of people that go to, our elite schools, and they're from the elite backgrounds, and they know the right people. They are sort of the, the political class in America. And I'm not trying to slam them all or anything like that. I'm just talking about the realities. We do have American aristocrats. They don't have titles. They're not necessarily from old families, because we can see the decay of the Kennedys. They've completely decayed out. There is no Kennedy's going to be the next term president. But for a while they were there, and they were the main one of the main aristocratic families in America. They sort of go up and down and flow and ebb and out and back and forth and whatnot. So it's not just because 200 years ago they were something, they still are something. It flows in America. And that's sort of what I'm talking about here, is these guys, because Schacht, isn't a von something or other. He's not, an old term aristocrat, but sort of the, the paternal elites kind of thing. Yes, the Kennedys were up there. back with old Joe Kennedy, making a lot of money out of the bootleg industry with his sons, losing some in World War II. Other ones go on. And I think all the Kennedy, there's a Kennedy senator, but he's not related. He's from the South completely. Well, he may be related in the sense that they both go back to so I think the Kennedys are a Northern Irish family group, clan, whatever you want to call them. I think so. They may have the similar ancestry back in Ireland, but they're of no discernible close relationship, here in America. And, the one in the South speaks, I like the one in the South quite a lot. He speaks with a lot of homey sort of ways, and I think he has generally good policy positions. So there is still a Kennedy in the Senate, but it's a totally different family in that sense. It's definitely not a Massachusetts Kennedy. And the last guy who was, a cousin who's like this and had really trouble and is like, he's a true anti-vaxxer. And I mean, because I know they call people anti-vaxxers today, just people who want to give people choice to call them anti-vaxxers. He's like anti any vaccine kind of stuff going. He's one of these guys that have been around for a while, long before the current bug that's out there. Yeah, he's finally lost his position, and I don't think there's any other Kennedys in any significant thing, and he was one of the last one, sort of a cousin or something. I forget the exact relations to the main family. So yeah, the Kennedys are out. But so we have that, maybe Prussian, a lot of her, there's Ernst Röhm was anti-Prussian, but he wasn't anti-elitist because he was from sort of, I think, Bavaria area. So, it's the Bavarian monarchy, but he was very anti-Prussian because the German Empire's military, the German military, though there are subsections, at least at the start of World War I, like the Bavarian, army or whatnot. He really disliked the Prussian dominance of the German military officer class. So yeah, look down on the upcoming Nationalist Party. Yeah, so it's not just Prussians, but it's also the intellectual elites. And so I would put paternal autocrat kind of thing in that sort of. So I would put a lot of these guys in that. They're not like social conservative. Maybe that's sort of like, I would say, the Republican Party in this game. Market liberal, and it's also sort of the Republican Party. Now, social democrat, that's starting into the because that's not see where we're getting into the KDP, the sort of radical left, the communist, the Stalin, Leninist or Leninist Stalinist. KDP is getting into the more socialist, but so this is sort of in there, so maybe some of these guys would be social conservatives. Maybe, in German political terms and international, but definitely not so much Democrats, little d Democrats, guys who want voting democracy to choose everything, but not fascist, really. But yeah, so Schacht is where we're on. He's really good here. But when you decide to do this, you can see here we will get a 10% IC bonus. Now it says forever, because when you see January 1, 1968, that's sort of forever in the game. But they will be removed at some point. And there's different. And we'll get to some of that. IC efficiency for production plus 10%, resources. The 4-year plan very much did gear up for more military production type things, but it really focused heavily on improving resources for Germany. So we see more steel refineries, we see more oil, more metal, more energy. But Schacht will be removed and Göring will become armaments minister. So yes, you will want to do this. Now this goes into Schacht's resignation as Reich Minister of Economics. But as I'm seeing this here, and president of the Reichsbank. Oh, well, yeah. He is Reich Minister of Economics and president of the Reichsbank. He resigns as Reich Minister of Economics. He stays until Czechoslovakia at some point, I think is around that period. He stays president of the Reichsbank. So he's still high up in the government, but he is no longer the Reichsminister. And so now we have Goring here. Money down 5%. I sort of look at that as a little bit his personal corruption, but also spending money instead of internationally trading or whatnot. He's spending money mostly to expand, get all of those benefits, that 10% benefit on all those different things, and 20% benefit on resources. That's money's going into that more so than just his corruption. But that land organization down some because he's focusing on air organization up. Now you're also getting these over here. Remember, these are two different ministers. This is Hermann Göring, Reichswerk Hermann Göring, and Hermann Göring, Oberfeldschreiber der Luftwaffe. But notice here for the Luftwaffe, you already had 5% resources because he is still running Hermann Göring Werk at the same time, but it's sort of a side project if he's just in charge here. So you get that. Now you get here air organization up 10% because he partially, I look at this and also more air organization up here. I'm looking for these ministers, a combination of this guy, Göring, but also the organizations that he represents and their influence within society, in the military machine. So 5% more in resources. So now we're getting, because of Göring in these two spots, total of 10% resources. And even, another, what is it? I think it's 5% under here or something here. Practical decay on light aircraft. So light aircraft won't decay much. But we're looking at that. So now if you do replace him, if he's not the armaments minister, you will lose your benefits here. Because you can see the second from the bottom, TRE 4-year plan, you will lose that 10% and then the other benefits that TRE gives you. So you do not want to remove him because he is there. You will also get other events that will add resources, that will add ICs, that will improve the economy as part of the 4-year plan. So you want to keep the 4-year plan going, even with the negative elements, such as money, with Göring, or just not as good elements as others would have be. Okay, well, I think 99 is too much here. Let's shift it down to, let's go all the way down to 70 or so. I still want to make a lot more supplies and fuel than I'm doing for, and we also have more research capabilities here. Let's get that going. So that, we have even more research. Okay. Lots of research projects capable. Okay. Getting rid of that TRE start. So now notice we have 10% plus ICs, but we've also lost a 10% negative of ICs, though that was sort of balanced out with the Shack thing. So yeah, it's between the losing of Shack, removing of that. So it's an actual 10% bonus as opposed to just a 40 or 20% swing. So yeah, it's a pretty big swing. Let's come over to see. Let's make sure we're getting some of these that we can efficiently do. Don't really care about those. For this playthrough, I don't care enough about ships. Some other playthrough, maybe more. I hope, and I know you watching this may, Gamer doesn't finish things. Well, yeah, I do, but I don't always. I really hope we get into a proper series as opposed to this early look sooner rather than later. Okay, well, we get two more, or well, two more be either partially worked on. Okay, we'll do that. So yeah, that's all my thoughts so far on these things and why I've done what I'm doing. There was a lot of resources put into the 4-year plan that really, oh, cool. Let's see, Mind Fear. We have stolen plans that let us improve our abilities of African Army recruitment to level 1, giving the following benefit. Yes, instruction, blah, blah, blah. But what this doesn't, what, well, okay. We won't see in here the ability to just build the units properly like in here. But what it will do is when we conquer certain territories in Africa, I don't know exactly which provinces, but if we do, we will be able to recruit local through events, some local units fairly cheaply, I believe. Rome Berlin access. Okay, this is another point of decision for your game. If you want to have Italy as an ally, you want to go down the yes path. Not that you can't possibly do it, through normal sort of, diplomatic means. But if you don't, but the real thing is if you don't want Italy as an ally, you want to conquer it. So I had some people that early on in the mod, I put it out there. They were like, "Oh, I'm forced to have Italy. I want to do world conquest or whatever." Yeah, okay, fine. And you have to take this other path. So, this is your choice. So we're going to go with Italy as an ally. And that just starts the process going. I like to do things in long event chains. Okay, well, now that we're up at 254, let's do this one. Let's see how big of a hit this is to our economy. 3%, okay. And let's do full divisions, 26%. God, that's big, but let's do that. It's about right. And I have a lot less problems, or no problems even, with these that are fully new units. It's when you're upgrading other units that I start having problems with. Right now, this has gone down because of that big hit, that 20+%. So I still want to produce more supplies. So we'll go down to 60. We'll go up to 60, I should say, up to 60. Okay, I think we're going to end the episode here. Not the live stream, but the episode. I want to thank you all for watching. I really do appreciate it. I love your thoughts posting below on all these different topics, so please do so. See you next time for even more Hearts of Iron. Okay, we're going to make another episode here, but let me just save this again. Okay. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer1745 here, playing Hearts of Iron 3's Black Ice 10.51 with testing out Third Reich events, still being worked on, but hopefully soon to be released. And I also want to thank support from Yogdog, Chief, Toyjet, the Hoffmanator. Thank you for your support over on Patreon. But everybody else, just hit that like button, post a comment. That's all I really ask. Now, we do have a little bit of a deficit on money here because we've lost Shacked and got Goering in charge of our economy, and combination of just Goering being Goering, as well as spending money on improving our domestic industry. It's costing us some money. So let's see if we can sell them some supplies and get a positive income here. Waiting for the next day to come. There we go. Yes, now into the positive. Good. Okay. Canaris to Spain. We could send Canaris down to Spain, which will improve our relations. He's going to set up a German spy network down there, or not. We'll do that. We'll spend a little money on supplies, expand our automotive factories. Okay, sounds good. No, they're going to stop buying your energy. Okay. Production increase because we got things upgraded. Good. And this game really is about a mixture of strategy and tactic and everything else. Okay, this is something that needs to be removed. This is the kind of thing that I need to play test this for. This is not my event. This is not a bad event. This is just not my event. I already have a series of events dealing with the anti-Comintern Pact. So I'm going to go with no need. No need to. Let's see if mine still shows up here. And so I need to look into that. These are some of the things. Because you don't want these things double firing. No longer receive money for metal from Romania. Okay. Yeah, that's hurt us a bit. So let's see if we can. Let's see if we can sell a little bit to the USA. Yeah, they have a surplus. No, not that much. Just let's do that. Like we just got another IC in here. Okay, so we've got a bunch in here, just the one and dones. Good. Now, what does that mean for here? Okay, we're still having. So I right now I just want to. I don't want to be producing any of this stuff just yet. I just want to be producing ICs. Increase the economy. So like I was saying, with this game, and I earlier asked, sorry, I forget who in the stream, back on the other thing, why do people keep coming back to this game so much when there's newer, Hearts of Iron 4 out, when there's other things? Well, they got things some of it right, and compared to a lot of other non-Hearts of Iron games, particularly, it's not just how well do you invade the Soviet Union; it's how well do you set up your industry, how well do you set up, which then sets up your army. What's your air force versus ground force and tank versus infantry mix, and that type of elements. That there's a lot to playing this. Okay, Zeppelin airmail, mostly to Latin America, which will cost us a little bit of money to run because you have to pay for things over there, but will improve our relations a little bit more within the region, just in minor ways, really, but still. Okay, yes, you can have energy. We'll ship you coal. Okay, did I? Okay, 12 automotive factories instead of 11. Capital ship raiders, okay. That is where? Is that down here, right there? Okay, good. Yes, command structure, absolutely. Yeah, see, that's some of the stuff that was just lost in Hearts of Iron 4 is still here. And Hearts of Iron 4 still has AI problems and other things that just. Okay, we'll do nav tactics. Just doesn't make it enough superior. Transport ships advance. It makes it, some of the stuff is superior there, like building weapons and training units as opposed to just building units. Things like that, yeah, are better off than what we have here. Let's look. Any of these? No, no, no. Yeah, we'll do naval strike tactics. The command structure is why I love and why I will stay with. I would love to get a game with the command structure of HOI 3 and the industry management of HOI 4. Yes, absolutely. That would be I mean, as I'm sure there are other ones that we could come up with, other mixes of what's better in which game. Definitely. And I like HOI 4. I do like HOI 4. I just like this better. I will be playing maybe for live stream next weekend or something. I don't know when, but I will be playing more HOI 4. Coming soon. The armor plating for 4-engine aircraft or 4-engine. Oh, okay. We have the airframe research, but allows armor plating. Okay. Whether we want to do that or not now. Okay, now. CBL, CBA. Well, what we need to do here, which I neglected to do last playthrough, we need to do CAG here because it also affects flying boats and nav air now. So we'll do that. I know no game is perfect, and there is not a consensus on what makes a perfect game. I realize. Okay, we're getting sort of to the end here of the year, and so I need to do this. Because if you wait, I think past the end of the year, these go away for another 20%. See, these are big hits. Well, we might as well, because we're in November and then December's coming up. Now this one here we should be able to, yeah, it's just cost us a bunch of metal. It's just going to hang out down here around the bottom. We'll get to it someday. But we'll also form conf group A155, which is going to be a 10% hit. And like I say, having these hits now, as opposed to having doing the same amount of IC costs in 1938, say, you've had the, this, because we have, let's just look here. And it's from, I don't know if it's from the base or from modified. So we have 50%, 60%, another 10%, so 70. And we have almost an 80% hit here from these penalties. And we do have the TRE 10% plus, Reich Economics plus 15%, full mobilization plus 10%, and improvements from technology plus 24%. So we have some offsettings, but we have almost 80% hit right now from ICs. And I'm not arguing whether the cost of the ICs, and it's been proved by math, it's cheaper than building the units by putting them in production use. But doing that in 38 means that we'd have 80% of the ICs would have been building ICs for 36 and 37, the years 36 and 37. So you would have I think at least 4, if not 5 new IC productions from each of those runs, but they would each expand. They're compounding, growing bigger, and losing them early in 36 is much more costly than just delaying, which was my normal tactic, and probably many of the other people, like I'm doing here with these ships and aircraft, is putting them down the bottom while pushing, priorities up of ICs. So that was my tactic, just a delay, somewhat unrealistic, but you play a very deep game. Well, thank you, Hotline Blues. Not recognizing your name around here a lot, so maybe you have been. I just haven't noticed. So if you're new, please hit the subscribe button so you come around here. And part of the reason I guess I play a deep game is because I've modded this and I've really, really looked. Get your aircraft up higher. Well, we're going to get all those into production eventually, but we are now, our base IC is 197. Our currently available IC is 126. So I'm going to focus everything I can on first on making sure I have a positive amount of supplies. And we're going to unlock this, and we're going to go to 0 reinforcements for now. And we're going to go to 0 upgrades for now, so that we're keeping positive supplies and trying to build as many ICs as I can now. Then later we'll get all of these units into production eventually. And so I've looked at all this, and I've played a lot of games at Hearts of Iron 3 before I even started modding. Yeah, okay, we're losing a little bit of money from Sweden, but that's fine. And so what normally I used to do was through 36 exclusively build ICs. Mid 37 start to put other things into production, or continue to expand ICs. But after playing that last game, the test game, and I know things have changed from 4.1 to 5.1, but not massively, because I've looked at some of the code. But I'm looking at now really heavily focusing on ICs all the way through till at least 38 or more. I know we will be having various hits to that, but really looking at that. And then doing sometime in 38, start shifting over to putting other things into production queues. I really think that's the meta now. Must we? Yes. Basically, yeah. All other stood at over 5 million. The same. under the Hitler, it is legal obligation reaffirmed in 39. So basically now they've set up that, and it gets reinforced later on, but all youth must go into the Hitler Youth. All kids, male, female, go into the Hitler Youth. Can no longer be in the Boy Scouts, because there had been a Boy Scouts organization, and there had been some other. Boy Scouts used to be a Christian organization. In the modern Boy Scouts, it is not. Okay, we've lost the effects of medium popularity. Now we're at low popularity. That's going to hurt us. Okay, now this is my version of the anti-Comintern pack, so I want to get rid of that. I like my image better, but maybe you like the others. Notice we have a more range of effects from this. Certain nations like us a little bit more, certain nations dislike us more, including the People's Republic of China really hate us. The Republic of China doesn't like us so much either, more because of this. Soviet Union. Or we can decide that we're going to maybe want to work with Russia or Soviet Union and China. So you could take that path. But this is also sort of the deciding point whether you want Japan in your faction or not. If you wanted to try a pro-China approach, an anti-Japan, pro-China approach, that would be, you don't want to follow that path. Okay, they no longer want metal. Don't know whether they need it. Okay, well, they've linked up into Balboa now. Does have a direct land connection. Sure, it matters to a degree, but they could supply anywhere. Though this is now, because they've got Santander, this is now cut off from supply. So that is, if I had to lose somewhere, though I think I could have tried to hold in the mountains, but if I had to lose somewhere, I would rather cut this area off and to kill whatever unit's there than that, because they still have the supply there. And they're doing moderately well down here, the nationalists, so yeah, they're doing okay. And they got Madrid somewhat, not surrounded, but somewhat encircled, somewhat. 436, that's reasonably good. Willie Messerschmitt, I think this is rather good for Germany. Pamplona, the running of the bulls. I'm sure that's what that's supposed to be. Where they let out a bunch of bulls and people try to run in fast in front of them while wearing red or wearing white with a little bit of red, and made famous by the writer, of course, Hemingway, who ran the bulls and put it in one of his novels. So everybody wants to run with the bulls now. If I was 22 years old, I might be stupid enough to want to do it. I don't know. Never had any great wish to, so, but, okay. Das Swatch Corps, the Black Corps, the newspaper for the SS, so, yeah, good for them. Yes, you can have energy. We'll no longer get money for energy, but from Greece. Yeah, this is a massively big hit. Okay, cavalry exploitation. Now, let's see here. Where is that? Okay, we're going to stop this now. The reason I'm stopping this now, not because it is inefficient to research. Coming up a bit later, and there will be several events, one or two, that will give you bonuses to this. So wait, and since it doesn't matter right now, I don't think it unlocks too much by getting up to the top, but maybe a little bit. Wait for at least the start of 38. I would to finish researching that. But no, I never had any great great desire to run with the bulls. I get it to sort of like say, yeah, I've done that. I've done that, 'Cause, yeah, I do. And you don't have and to run with the bulls. You don't have to be like at the back of the pack teasing the bulls, like come in and gore me, come in and gore me. Um, you could just get in there and run and stay relatively well because you see some people getting hit and bashed around pretty hard. I think it's rare that people actually die, but there's fairly serious injuries at the time. But a lot of those people just are, teasing them a little too much. I think, trying to not get away from them too easily. At least many of the cases, it looks like. So yeah, I get the idea of doing it once. Okay, investors. Okay, well, I wanted to do what we did before on the zinc mines. We could keep doing this, but I don't need more metal right now. We're getting a lot coming in over our use. Now, the reason we're getting a lot coming in over our use is because we've functionally, because it was up and we already had some negatives that were, not just like totalitarian system and 3-year draft negatives, but some of these temporary negatives. But we were up over 250 ICs. Well, you go down to, just about half of those ICs. You're getting more income of metal anyways. So I don't need more metal. More supplies, yeah, I could use more supplies, but I'm not really needing to. So let's just come here now that we've done that once. We're going to see that would cost us 2,000 money. We have the money just barely though. So we're going to postpone it. Okay, we're going to postpone it 6 months. So I don't need that right away. It should have gone away. Well, whatever. Okay, let's look here at technology. Okay, we have way too many spies, so we don't need any more spies. So we're going to lock this, we're going to unlock that, and we're going to go all the way down with that. And we're going to lock this. And that gets us, even though we're at low, because we went down to low popularity, that gives us a little more free military police. Okay, we'll do that. And 0.27 more of a research slot. Okay, we'll do aircraft, fuselage aerodynamics. United States, we give them money for crude oil. Okay, we'll do that. But we will also, even though we have this big hit here, let's come over to the Soviet Union here, and we're going to sell them, 26 supplies, I think. Okay, yeah, let's do that. Okay, well, hopefully that'll be enough of those, or we want to keep it negative. Right. Yeah. Get these through the production run, that will help us for sure. What was our politics doing? Okay, so National Socialist, internal factors, events. If we didn't have Third Reich events, this would be deplorable. Now, I know there was some guy was asking about the stuff. I think I don't know. Some of this is just, I think, entirely random. Some of this may be other nations that are trying to influence Germany, spies, that is. But the more brown you have here, the better off your national unity will be. So if we were to come and replace him, say, with Goebbels, well, not von Papen, because that would still be fractured government. So Goebbels is our only Nazi choice. Propaganda Ministerum as foreign minister. So, but we lose this 5% down in peacetime goods, which may hurt us. But get ruling party support up even more. So national unity, that would be good. But we're not going to do that just at the moment. We could, let's see, intelligence. We could put Frick in charge of intelligence. Leadership, espionage bonus, money down, but that's all. Production efficiency, because Frick, there's something hidden there. Okay, it is green. Whatever that is below green. I've added a lot of things here, but you can see that there is another thing, and it's green though. You can see a little bit of green there. So efficiency down, money down. I don't know that we'll get more leadership. We'll get more research, more political intel. Or we could put Reinhard Heydrich. For some reason, they have Himmler, for some reason, staying later, and I didn't change that. But they do have Reinhard Heydrich as head of the Reichssicherheitsamt. I hope Germans find that funny. Now, he will reduce ruling party support because it's the SS. He was the Minister of the Interior, which is was head of the police. But I don't know what they do after that, because the police get put under the SS. I'm not sure the year, but I think by 36 they're under the SS. They're definitely there by 1939, but I'm not sure. So, but this isn't a bunch of black suited guys running around. This is not a bunch of black suited guys running around, so you don't have as big a hit to popularity. I think we can afford the money hit because we can just sell some more supplies. We'll get a little more leadership. Efficiency, yeah, I don't know that that's going to hurt us now since we're building just factories. So let's go over to Wilhelm Frick. He's gotten some more power. Now, Chief of Staff. Okay, they're all paternal autocrats. Chief of the Army. Well, we could put Hitler in charge. That'd be really stupid. We could put, supply consumption. Well, we don't need him in charge here now. Oberkommando der Wehrmacht, because supply consumption is a plus. That's negative. We don't need to produce supplies, but we don't care about combat movement speed, attack reinforcement chance, officer recruitment. We do care about armor practical decay. We don't care about because we're not building any armor now to have practicals built up in it, and we're not moving units or attacking right now. So he's not the best option now. Okay, so I don't know that Werner von Blumberg would be. I would say he is not a Nazi. I don't know why he's called a Nazi here in this game, but I would say not Nazi. Definitely not a Nazi. I would put him either at a paternal, I'd put him at paternal autocrat. Not a Nazi. He wasn't a fascist, to the best of my knowledge. I don't know. I mean, but I don't. He doesn't. He doesn't like the Nazis, Bloomberg, and he's gotten rid of by the Nazis. He tolerates the Nazis because Nazis are building up German national defense. He does not agree with, and this is why he's eventually removed, because he does not agree with the idea of going to war with the rest of the world. He just wants a strong national field. I copied some of this from some of the ideas of this, I should say, from the DLC Gata Dommerung. But the one thing I did leave from it, I think entirely unchanged, but was control freak Hitler. As because normally you see all the ones that I've changed, are given uh, the sort of German titles, but I left that as control freak. So we're not going to that. Not that would help with national, political party right now. But we don't care about the rest because we're not doing war right now. You don't want them when you're fighting war. Really, the organization regain rate is pretty bad. So everything I know about Bloomberg, he wants strong national defense, wants conservative German society, which he mistakes Hitler as being a someone that wants conservative German society. Hitler wants to destroy German society and return it to some mythical, never existing past German society that he believed it once was. Meaning one of the big things is he wants to tear out Christianity and reintroduce the neo-paganism, which of course is not the actual old paganism. It's sort of a modern reinterpretation of it as he views it. So he is not that. So I would say he shouldn't be a Nazi, but whatever. Erich Ludendorff. Now, he was another kind of nut job. He never joins the Nazi Party. Of course, he is part of the beer hall putsch. I think he tries to distance himself from it, but he is definitely part of it. Because he never held any position in the Nazi Party or the Nazi government, I did not make a special version for him because of that. But he set up his own, and I thought he died. We had the funeral. There is a funeral event. Maybe he hasn't died yet. He dies fairly soon if he hasn't died yet. But he even when most other parties are banned, his sort of party, if he calls it, he's trying to do a political party, Ludendorff. It's sort of extreme Nazism. Maybe, I don't know if it has the socialist element in it, but it definitely has the wacky, esoteric, anti-Jewish, anti-Bolshevik element to it. Oh, it's my understanding. I say my understanding because I've seen covers of his magazine and whatnot, but since I don't read German, I don't know what he's actually saying in his magazine. I don't know. But he is publishing along with his wife a weekly magazine, I think it is. It's a political magazine, and it's trying to do a political party. He's tolerated, allowed to do because he's such a, from the Ludendorff offensive and whatnot, with him working with Hindenburg and being his chief of staff. He has such a stature in post World War I Germany that he can't really be gotten rid of. But he doesn't like saying he doesn't agree with the Nazis, but partially because he's more radical than the Nazis, so the Nazis are not upset by it. But just for party uniformity, we're going to go with Bloomberg. Yeah, we'll take the hit of the money of 2%, but we'll do that. So we'll do that. Okay, Rader. I don't know that he was a Nazi, but he was definitely more supportive of the Nazi regime than some of the others. He is not. Because the Navy is gutted even worse than the Army is after World War I. So the Nazis are building up the Navy, and he likes that. So he throws in a lot of support behind Hitler. Probably not really go as far as, maybe he joins the Nazi Party, but I don't know that he does. So yeah, definitely I wouldn't call him a fascist. And what have you guys been saying here? Hitler Field Marshal, Hitler should have played fantasy general instead. Yeah, that would have been a better thing for him. Yeah, he was sort of a fantasy general. Yep, good guy, good jokes there. Okay, so having a more, we've gotten 2 slots added to here, so we have less of a fractured government, because that is one of the things that will reduce popularity. So more unified party of the government. So we can see our Okay, well, okay, it's construction practical decay down 5%. So that's pretty good. So Frick is probably the best choice for head of intelligence right now. If you're willing to take the money hit and the efficiency of production, then put him in. Bloomberg, he would, if you didn't have the Horschbach memorandum and then trying to get rid of him and Fritsch later on, the Bloomberg-Fritsch affair, he would have made a decent, I think, overall commander of the army, guy who's sort of managing the army. I don't know that he would have been any sort of great, combat leading general, but I don't think he was bad either. We just don't have his, because he lives through, I think, all the way through the war and onward, just in retirement, but we don't have him as experience. I don't know anything really about him in World War One, but that's obviously a different war, because you can be a good general in World War One and a bad general in World War Two because of the changing nature of warfare. I don't know whether he would have been a good, theater commander general, but as an overall minister kind of guy for running the army, I think from what limited that I know of him, he probably would have been good. But the real problem is, he could stand up to Hitler when Hitler orders some offensive, go there, and he would just go, no. And you'd have to fire him. And he might go, well, he might give a nice explanation of, well, we don't have enough fuel in the theater. We don't have enough trains to, railway tracks and trains to supply that. He might, give a more than just no. But he unlike Keitel and some of the others that just are yes men to Hitler, he has the stones, I think, as well as the institutional support, meaning enough people institutionally within the army would support his views when he said, no, we can't do that, mein Führer. We're not ready to attack France, or we're not ready to attack the Soviet Union. He could say no to Hitler, I think. Now, that might get him fired. That until the end, when things are really going into true madness, you don't assassinate generals. You don't put them into, concentration camps. You don't put them in front of firing squads. You just fire them. You just put them, retirement. Maybe even make it go, yeah, instead of a shameful affair, you may even make it go, yeah, good job, but you're going to get a nice, well-deserved, vacation, and we'll do something else. Hello, Tennis 27 Tennis. How you doing? What is Arno? I know I've said it before, but please play as the Dutch in Hoi 3 or 4. That'd be very cool. Well, in a way, I'd be willing to do it for you, Arno, but I'm not going to put it on my YouTube channel because I don't want to hurt my views that much. Road network advance. So that's what I think it will do. I mean, Hoi 4, I could maybe do it fast enough that we just get and lose real quick. Just put it on fast speed and lose. DWIT. That may be something I should understand, but I don't. Okay, road network advance, which we need to come here and hit road network level 2. Another hit to our economy, but it will increase supply throughput and whatnot. Okay, which will free up more research. Yeah, we could do tank destroyer. Oh, we got several more. Okay. Oh, from Frick coming into power. Yes. That would increase things a bit more. You would give them money each day for a while. I'm not going to do that because I don't really care about relations with Venezuela, and I can get it from other sources that I do care about. Okay, so because we're doing actually pretty well with stealing stuff from the British. Okay, we're now going from organization regain rate of plus 1.5%, so it's 0.5% to slightly more than 0.5%, but okay, good. see. Our spies have stolen the plans that improve our capital ship secondary against level 4, giving us the following benefit: none. Not entirely true, but generally true, in that you got to get one. What is it? Secondary against? Yeah, you got to get through a bunch of these that then unlock other things. I think is how this really sort of works. But yeah, okay. We stole blueprints. Well, now we're up to 142. We had been down at 127. Oh, somebody got some of our blueprints. Okay, stormtrooper tactics, the World War I type, as opposed to the street battling type. Okay, so that now opens up some of these others here, which infiltration would be useful once we get more open slots. Yeah, when we're going up to 152. Portugal would like some metal, sure thing. Okay, well, they've almost closed this pocket down. They were smart. Well, I don't know. No, they're smart. I'd take Bilboa and cut here and then destroy whatever's in there would probably be the best. Okay, our steel armor casting capability is advanced, a very important element of World War II. And it was over here with infiltration tactics. So I'm trying to take the bridges in a game just today, 1940, in Command Ops 2. Okay. Bank for International Settlement. Yes, we want to do that. 200 supplies for getting 200 money. Yes, we'll do that. That's a game I think I played a little bit of. I'm not sure. Okay, we can do more here. So, yeah, we'll push on this, increase toughness. What do we have in that much more? Yeah, okay. Well, yes. We do actually. Okay. Yeah. Political indoctrination of our SS units. Yes, you can have metal. Yes, you can have energy. And large fuel tank research. Okay, that is here. Now we're gonna do 4-engine plane, which will allow construction of 4-engine planes. Okay, Egypt has been annexed by Britain. That is unhistorical, but necessary for the game. The game just Britain will not defend its puppet Egypt, so they have to give it to Egypt. I mean, you have to give Egypt to Britain. That's just unfortunately necessary. Okay, IG Farben plant. Yeah, I think this is this one of mine. I think. Okay, so we'll get rares, which for this means synthetic rubber. We'll get 1 crude oil, and we'll get rares extraction for the stuff there. Let's okay, I'm not gonna build more oil wells just yet, maybe a bit later. Okay. 3%. Okay, invest economic boost. Oh, well, we're after the first of the year. Okay, very good. Now we're gonna hit this negatively here. Okay, that we're going to disable for 1 year, just because maybe I want it back at some point. Let's do this. Okay, let's do political spying, which will increase our ruling party support. This is another thing keeping track, because I mean economic spying used to be more effective or give better effects. Now it's just I do it for the 1% IC efficiency, but really with this down to 22% because of internal factors, we're going to do political spying to increase our ruling party support. Annual national focus. Now this is really painful right now. We really didn't wait on the 225% or 26.7%, but it means by doing this now, because we have such a big hit, I'm going to do this now here. We're going to do Reich economics. And we're going to do build new manufacturing plants, which will get us one heavy in Frankfurt to Oder and one heavy in Königsberg. Okay. Where's Frankfurt? This is the Oder over here. Okay, it's here. Well, we already have one IC there, which they would make sure it was in a larger. So we're going to go with this, which means I'm going to at least do this. The other is in Königsberg, which we already are working to max out. So that's a really good place for it, because that really is a benefit there. And we would have gotten more had we not been such negative down here. I hope in the future we get more. That's one of the negative consequences of this system that they have, of taking this out here instead of putting it in the production plan, because if it was here, we would have gotten probably 6 or something instead of 4, or maybe a bit more. Economic boost. We're going to go this time, instead of short term, which we do at the beginning, partially because we could partway through the year, but partway through the year, fire the event to improve some of the stuff, but also because of the negative effects of TRE at the start of the game. You want to do short term at the first year. Second year, you want to do long-term investment. At least I think so. Down 5% IC, which is going to be another freaking hit to it, but 20% up on the money. And see, this is where we get mining, railway tycoon, and farm mechanization. Let's take a quick look over here. What the current, I don't think they've changed it, but it's down here somewhere. Okay, we have national highways. I give that in TRE 3 because they already had national highways. They were continuing to expand them, but they already had them enough that I consider them having that effect. Only nation that does at the time. Okay, mining. National manpower down by 10%. IC's down by 15%. That's a pretty big hit. But crude oil, and I also sort of look at crude oil up, but I'm also, figuring it's synthetic crude oil, which Germany can definitely use. Energy up 10%, metal up 10%. Both of those, you don't really need those. It's mostly for the oil. Or we have railroad tycoon, which Germany, I could almost say Germany should have this too. I just really try to just go, my biggest complaint with Paradox games is they like to start everything out at sort of base levels and you build up on top of it. Germany was highly railroadized, because it's industrialized, but railroads everywhere. I mean, not every little of these provinces, but everywhere you have any sort of industry, any sort of resources on any sort of scale inside Germany, I would say it's already a railroad tycoon at the start of the game. Now, when it starts getting into conquered territory, especially like Eastern Poland, into the Soviet Union, that's a different matter. But inside Germany, they are a railroad tycoon. So production efficiency, getting resources to factories and getting, steel to factories, but also getting, all the different like engines made maybe in a different factory in a different town, taking them to, the other town to put them in either an aircraft or into a tank in a different factory. They're doing all that, more efficiently. So I see efficiency up, totally agree with it. Supply throughput up 10%. That's all great. Now, what you can do here is, if you're going relatively good, you also have the agricultural industry up 15%. That sort of counteracts plus. So when if for Germany, you can normally get away with doing the 10% down here for the 15% bonus here. Well, these are one of these is my normally first one, but with that negative hit there, permanent, yikes. We don't need that this year in January in 37. We'll do that a bit later when we can't import oil, or we're getting close to not being able to. So we're going to do Railroad Tycoon. So we're going to come over here and do Railroad Tycoon. Now, one thing I have done here is, this one here, this, I believe, because I did this a few weeks ago, I went in and modified it. I got rid of the money component. They want to have, large sums of money for this. But I increased, I think, both the amount of metal, putting all the rails around, putting all the railroad spikes into the wooden beds, or the ties as we call them in America, and building all of these engines and building all the rolling stock. So lots of metal, 10,000. So you have to have lots of metal, and you also have to, because this is 30,000 supplies. I don't know quite the number of ICs for how long it takes to make 30,000 supplies, but there is a check to make sure that you're not just hugely deficit spending and then quickly zeroing out. So to have this one come up to be available, you've got to have lots of supplies, lots of metal. That's why with TRE, you want to overproduce supplies even at the start of the game, more than you are just doing it. Because I use supplies as a method of payment for internal costs. So we will do that. They're not surprised that bridges prepare for demolition. It's raining so hard here that I have to switch to a headset. Wow, where are you? 27 tennis? Oh no, too late, I'm afraid. Ellie's taking dark morning. Yeah, I agree. I'm glad that you agree. So I really struggle with what I look at history. Oh, and we want to then do new projects for when that's available. Just look at history and trying not to make the game too easy for Germany, just because the Reichsbahn was well organized. Reichsbahn expands. Oh, you're in the Netherlands. Oh, so you're Arno's neighbor. Okay. And so second Moscow show trial. And we get our IC efficiency and productions. The Reichsbahn and occupied Poland, both reorganized into not a whole lot. I don't think into what had been part of the German Empire, because you can see, if you look at I've looked at a map that's this period, a railway map, and you can clearly see, Poland in this area, the old German imperial borders with the old Russian imperial borders, and see the density level of rails, railroads or rails, even, in Poznan and this sort of area. It's so much more dense than the Russian areas here that may have a larger population. Oh, there's still railroads going between, the major cities, but just going to small towns and all these other local areas, it's just so much more dense railway structure. Not that necessarily helps in moving armies around or moving supplies through for armies, but it is much more dense here for people living and working in here. So the agricultural output is better because, hey, you don't, especially for wartime. You're putting them on a wagon, drawing it by a horse. Oops. The army takes your horse because the army needs your horse because all their horses died in one Russian winter or something. So now you've got you have fewer horses around to then, whether this is in Germany or here, take it a short ways and put it on a railroad car that's run by coal and get the food or whatever to where it needs to go versus former, Russian controlled territory where they're also taking the horses and other animals. And if there's longer to get the food to a rail hub to then get it to a city, that means less food production effectively for moving around. It may mean plenty of food, I'm not saying it does because the Nazis are confiscating stuff and doing very poor farming practices and other things I'm sure I've talked about before and I will talk about again. But, it may mean less starvation or whatever, or more food for locally, but getting food to where it needs to go, even if, say, this province and this province, let's just say for the sake of argument, produces the same amount of food, this province will get more food to where it's needed than this province will because of the lack of railroad network. Now, the Reichsbahn the big thing the Reichsbahn does during German occupation of the general government before the invasion of the Soviet Union gets all of it to German track width. Poland only does that like a half job. That's maybe, I don't know the exact percentage of the railroad tracks, but a bunch of them in the east are left in the Russian railroad size, track width. It's only where it really sort of connects in some of the more key, getting Warsaw into the Western European track size. So it's sort of a mixed bag in the east of Poland. It's Western, or they just run out of money. But Germany and its occupied zones really sort of gets that all going, working that together. So I would, inheriting some of the other East or Western Europe, I would go with railroad, give it to them, but I just don't want to be accused of making things too easy for Germany. You're sharing. Okay, don't know what you're sharing there. Beam slam to Arno. Germans even helped build Polish railroads before. Yeah, they built, the German Empire built a bunch of railroads. Yes, I believe before the war there is a lot of German economic work going on with Poland, and then before the Soviet invasion they do even more. They're just showing the main bridges. Okay. Not only railroad network was different between partitions, occupied zone, and Poland, it was different money, different standards. It was a titanic job to recreate the country in 20 years and unify it as much as possible. Yeah. Oh, yeah. There was a lot of stuff going on with Poland unification, and I actually think the Poles did, all things considered, did a very good job. They just were stuck behind two empires, if you will, the Soviet Empire, or between the Soviet Empire and the German Empire, and we're going to be crushed. And nothing they can do about it. I mean, they can try to, they fought, but they aren't going to win. There's just no way Poland's going to win. Not when it's between those two, and neither side wants Poland to exist. The Soviets might want the buffer territory, maybe a little bit of a buffer state, meaning a neutral state, but even that they're not terribly don't care so much. They just have the physical territory so that if you declare war, you've got to fight through, the Pripyat marshes more so and whatnot. That's one thing that, if you came and occupied all of Poland, you get a good jumping off deeper into the Soviet Union here. Boom, that really starts rushing you up there. Really starts pushing you, and instead of, as you realize, it was to be the Vistula River, but it ends up being the Bug River is the main. It's sort of right here, and then the Bug is sort of the main borderline between Soviets and Germans. But if you could move the Germans up to this border here and move it up to here, man, that is so much closer to pushing in for armored punch. So much. To mention, after World War One was all looted, there was whole areas where not a single knob on the doors or bells in the church after it was taken and smelted. Yeah, well, I understand military necessity for either side needing metal. I understand that. I'm not saying it's right or correct, but yeah, if it was my nation, I'd probably loot it too, if I need it for the war. Doesn't mean I'd be happy doing it, but you do it because you got to win. Yeah, it's different than doing some other bad stuff. So, yes, magazine on Die Kraftfahrt Kampfgruppe, basically, motorized combat troops. Not yet armored so much. I mean, yeah, there's a tank on the cover, but it's just getting motorized. And so that part of that whole magazine and there's several events because there is stuff really talks to how Germany is really trying to in 1937 here. That's when that magazine, those magazines were being published. Spreading out the institutional knowledge of motorization to what is, excuse me, in essence, an infantry army and a horse-based army. So they're getting out those thoughts to all those NCOs, to all those officers, mainly those who would read those magazines and really matter to them, or potential, soon to be NCOs and officers. So yeah, that's important. But we are being hit hard here with all of these, and this is what we were finding before. So you just got to produce more ICs longer with this. Well, guys, as you can sort of tell from coughing a bit and whatnot, my voice is getting a bit rough, so I think I need to take a break from talking. Thank you all so much for being here. Thanks, Arno, for being a very good moderator on both things. So user agreed. Okay. And so I will be back tomorrow, hopefully with Arno and anybody else who wants to join. Playing some War Thunder. We'll be driving tanks. So please come back tomorrow and we will do that. And Tuesday, I think it's Fantasy General 2 or it's Field of Glory Empires or something. I'll be streaming for Slytherin. And we'll be back next weekend playing something Hearts of Iron 3 or 4. Don't know if we're going to be continuing this, which we may be continuing this, or we may be doing Hearts of Iron 4 or something I don't know yet for next Saturday. So, yes, War Thunder. Naval, I'm going to be doing Naval in sometime soon here today, I think, just for myself, Arno. But people stop watching and nobody wants to play it other than you. So Naval's a no. But I'll gladly play if you join me some other times because I'm doing the stars. So I got a lot of Naval to do, but I don't think anybody wants to watch. So join me some other time for Naval, Arno, and we'll do that. Thanks, everyone. See you tomorrow.